Country, and I'll hand over to Councillor Fredericks.
We would like to acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of this land, Kabi Kabi, on which this event is taking place. We would like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and their ongoing connection to land, sea and community. We pay respects to the elders past, present and emerging. We also extend that respect to all other people present.
Thank you. Any disclosure of interest? Oh, sorry, we'll begin with the, I'll introduce Mr. Jamie Tasker, who will say a few words of wisdom and then lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors, Cather Staff, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. My name is Jamie Tasker, and it really is a privilege to be here with you today. I would like to share something a little different with you, just a different thought, fitting along the lines of wisdom. And I want to talk about this topic, which seems to be prevalent today, on criticism. I love what criticism is defined as: the expression of disapproval of something or someone on the basis of perceived faults or mistakes. Now, I'm sure here at council you all will have faced criticism at some point in time. We do in life. And I know I'm being a little facetious here, but the book of James is a book contained within the Bible that I believe can contain some wisdom that can apply to our lives. And James wrote in chapter 1, verses 19 to 20, "Understand this, my dear brothers and sisters. You must all be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to get angry." I don't know if you realise, but in modern day society, we are living in a cynical age. In an age where people are quick to judge, tolerance is at an all-time low, and if you have an opinion that is different to someone else, you're labelled as a bigot. I think social media has really heightened this and given us all a platform and a keyboard to also hide behind. And whenever you believe in God or not, I believe there's some principles we can learn and hopefully apply to our life. In the passage I read earlier, 3 things I want to just quickly identify. First one James said is be quick to listen. Robert Biden Powell said, if you make listening and observation your occupation, you will gain much more than you can talk. So when dealing with criticism, I think there's a couple of points we could take home. Define what to listen to and what to dismiss. Ask yourself, is there some truth in this? I usually ask myself when I'm responding to criticism, why am I responding this way towards it? Action what needs to be actioned, dismiss what needs to be dismissed. Be slow to speak. Winston Churchill said, courage is what it takes to stand up and to speak. Courage is also what it takes to sit down and listen. Being slow to speak provides room to ponder, room to control your emotions and reply with thoughtful consideration. For me personally, when I face criticism working with people, which I love, challenge at times, they usually have a 24-hour policy when addressing conflict, because how many of us know if we respond in the moment, it tends to end badly. Just remember, you guys can't be all things to all people. You can't always live up to the expectations that others put on us. So deal with it, dismiss irrelevance, be slow to speak, and keep a sweet spirit. Proverbs 18:21 says, life and death is in the power of the tongue. Speak life. In public arenas, there will always be critics. In life, there will always be critics. And I just want to encourage you, let's be people who are quick to listen, slow to speak, wise to act, and we always respond with love. Let me pray for you. Father, I just thank you for the amazing men and women that are in this room. Lord, I pray for all the councillors, Lord. Thank you that they are people who have chosen to put their hand up and say, I am representing my community. God, I pray you give them grace and wisdom to do what they're called to do. And we just pray for this community of Gympie. We thank you for this beautiful area that we get to live in. It's such a blessing. Pray your hand of blessing upon this community in Jesus' name. Amen.
All those who can stand, can please rise for 1 minute of silence to remember the recently departed residents of our region. We'll start with section 1, councillors' disclosure of interest. Anything to declare? Councillor Friedman.
Item 8.7. We've got a declarable conflict of interest, and I'll be leaving the room.
Any other council? Right, we know have no apologies or leave of absence. Section 3, confirmation of minutes. Have a recommendation there before us, councillor. Councillor Smear to move. Someone to second. Councillor Polly. All those in favour? Carried, thank you. We have no petitions before us this month. Section 5, item 5.1, the operational plan quarterly update. Over there, Miss Patch.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. Good morning, everyone. Item 5.1 is the operational plan quarter 2 update. I will take the report as being read. One of the items that I picked up was there are actually 32 key activities in the operational plan. And I'd just like to highlight that the operational plan is not just business as usual. It is contains items that are moving towards the strategic plan. And in this report, what I have tried to do is highlight some of the good news stories as well that I can see coming out when we review and analyse the operational plan from all the managers and directors on how they're progressing towards that operational plan. Are there any questions on the content of the report?
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Stewart.
Mr Mayor, I note and am pleased that there's been a appointment of a, what do you call it? Economic development person, officer.
Yes.
Thank you. And I guess I've got a question, don't know whether you can answer it, about, because it talks about developing a economic development strategy. And wondering if there's any idea of a timeline for that, because I presume it's not going to be by the end of this quarter, like isn't the thing, because of how long it's taken to appoint this coordinator, and also what consultation will there be with councillors and business community?
I will, it won't be by the end of this quarter that the strategy would be finished, but there will be consultation, but I will take the question on notice and provide information back to councillors once I've spoken to the manager and director.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Debra.
Through the Mayor, just on the same sort of area there, the coordinator, economic strategy and advocacy, been appointed. This work will now progress, including development of an advocacy plan and the economic development strategy plan. I was just wondering, are there any, well, first of all, advocacy, are we going to list what areas are being pushed under advocacy with the state and so forth?
Yeah, advocacy, we have started to list some of that, and that's in the flood recovery plan as well, but I will invite the Director of Corporate Services to come down and answer those questions. Director Greg Evans.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we have recruited a coordinator economic development and advocacy. The gentleman started 4 weeks ago, and he's working through that as we speak.
Okay, so through the Mayor, just more to that point though, with the advocacy, there are some areas within our region which ratepayers, residents, businesses have been crying out for a long time, and there hasn't been a lot of movement or anything to announce, or even. One of them would be the hydrotherapy pool, for example, private medical facilities, hospital, that sort of thing. Stuff that's out of our remit, but stuff that we can advocate for. So I guess what I'm asking is, for the residents, the people that are watching, have we been actively advocating for these things, or have we been waiting?
We have been advocating in the past. We've now got a role specifically to work with the Mayor and others in terms of advocating for those services. The gentleman who has started is already establishing relationships with both other council areas, but also starting to have discussions in at the state. The acting manager of the area as well has undertaken activities along those lines.
Thank you, through the Mayor, on that again. Will we be letting residents know what we're advocating for?
We will be coming to a future council workshop in relation to the whole program in relation to marketing, communications and advocacy.
It's a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, basically what we will be doing is coming back to council, getting council views on what we need to advocate for, what areas council wants to concentrate on in economic development, and once we have agreement with that, we will then be communicating to the public on what we're doing in that space. But we need council's direction before we proceed. And as Greg said, what we're doing at the moment is we're starting to form those strategic partnerships with peer organisations, and that will form the basis of our workshops that we will come back to council.
Just on that, through the Mayor, we've been saying a lot of this stuff since day dot, so I'm not sure how much more confirmation you need.
I guess,
I think Councillor Devereux, you know, we do have a general understanding of what we've been trying to do for the past period of time while we haven't had a staff member in that role. Efforts have still been made in those areas. It's good now that we've got a body in the chair that we can formalise that more and hopefully make a lot more progress than we have. It's been hard going, you know, without those people there.
Through Mr Mayor, probably the engagement that we will be seeking from council is more high level as to what the aspirations of council are in that advocacy space, whether it be for industrial development, health, attraction of health services to the region, those sorts of work.
Thank you, Councillor Milne.
Through Mr Mayor, can we just kind of clarify the advocacy role within this? Because I interpret advocacy across the board as quite a large role, and I thought this was focused on economic development. So is it economic development advocacy we're looking at, not across the board advocacy, or is it across the board advocacy on all fronts?
Within the, through you, Mr Mayor, within this role, it is within the economic development team, and it is an advocacy. So the Mayor is the primary advocate for council. This role is designed to support the Mayor and follow up from the Mayor in relation to supporting the Mayor in the advocate, being the lead advocate, but it covers the range of advocacy for council.
I think if I can just add a bit more to Councillor Milne, you're right, it's advocacy is such a broad terminology, and if you apply specifics to it, you might miss out on things. And economic development, you know, a lot of people think it's, well, business attraction. Well, it might be, but it's also how does the organisation work with business owners, and what's the ethos and the attitude of our planning department, and how do our infrastructure services work with everyone? There's a rather, you can take a very specific approach to it. My understanding from discussions with Mr Evans and the acting CEO is that this position is probably a little bit more broad. We're in the early phases of redeveloping this space, and I think as time progresses there'll be specifics that it relates to, but it's more of a general approach than you know, advocating for economic development. I think if we can advocate for funding from state or federal governments that allows us to build something or, you know, improve a network, there's an economic benefit there as well. So it depends how specific you want to make your definition.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I guess my answers were the external advocacy. What we also, this role also provides the internal advocacy for businesses within the Gympie region or wanting to come to the region, in terms of understanding the processes and support as they go through planning and regulatory and so on. So it's both the external facing on supporting the Mayor, but also internal as being a conduit for working with council.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Devereux?
I've just gone through our operational plan, and I mean, advocate's there 5 times in different items that we're supposed to be been doing. What I would like to know, when you say the mayor is the main person to advocate for council, do you mean for council, elected council, or for the council organisation?
For, I guess, on behalf of council and the region, the mayor is the primary advocate. Where it is specific for council, the organisation, then we would probably take the lead.
Thank you.
I think just to clarify that, Councillor Ray, it depends on the topic. If it was a planning issue, Mr Burns and his team would most likely be the ones that would liaise with the state around that. They've got far more knowledge. If they came across a hurdle and they needed my assistance in speaking to a minister or someone on that side of the fence, then that's when I would be engaged. But if it was, sometimes the advocacy starts at my side and then falls over into the organisation. So it's a two-pronged approach where we work together collectively.
Council has 2 meanings, but you just said minister. I'm thinking religious minister, government minister. It'd be nice if there was one meaning for these words so that everyone knew. That one was easy. Council is a lot more difficult.
I've seen some of the interactions at Parliament House, and there's nothing religious about it.
I don't know.
Any other questions, councillors? With that, we have a recommendation there before us. Is there someone to move? Councillor Milne, someone to second? Councillor Stewart, Councillor Milne to speak.
I'm loving to receive these updates and the level of detail that we are getting in them. It is only halfway through our our operational plan for this financial year to achieve our corporate plan, which is a 5-year plan. There is a lot of foundation steps in here, and I see the first 6 months as a lot of foundation steps. So I read this as we're still working the way through it. There are some small little red flags when we're not hitting some targets, but when we average that over the year, I'll believe that we're going to be hitting those targets and well above. So I would like to, through the CEO, to thank the whole entire organisation, because these operational plans, while directed from us, actually is every single employee has a part in these plans, and they are achieving and they are actually making progress forward. So I'm really happy with what we've got in this update, and it is giving me confidence that we are achieving as an organisation. So thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
I think it's generally a positive report. It's good to see that in the planning area that we're meeting the clock at a much higher rate than what we were, even though it's still under the goal, but we are getting there, so it's a really good thing. There's lots of good things in this report, so thank you.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Milne to close.
Happy to move the vote.
That will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 5.2, councillor immediate action request for audit number 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this action report, it is about council ordinary meetings recommendations and the actions, including resolutions that are approved and endorsed by council that require council's administrative arm to implement them. I will take the report as being read. And are there any questions on the outstanding action items that are in the attachment?
Any questions, councillors?
Just one. Some of these action items are a midway update. It doesn't look like they're quite finalised in Camp Bay Pool as an example. Will that stay on the next action report and we actually get the outcome? Because it's they're preparing a view. So yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. You will be provided updates, and this will stay, any items will stay on here for completion, or at least put on the administrative arm, and we will report back that it's been completed. That's the whole purpose of these reports, is transparency and end-to-end process.
Any other questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there before us. Someone to move. Councillor Stewart, someone to second. Councillor Milne. Councillor Stewart to speak.
It's good to know that our requests have been actioned, and so I'm happy to move.
Councillor Milne.
It's good to see these transparency process reports coming through council. It does give us an update, even on a quarterly basis, on where we're moving forward with our decisions of council. So yeah, I'm happy to note this and look forward to further updates. Thank you.
Two speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Stewart to close.
Nothing further to add.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried, thank you. Item 5.3, the Audit and Risk Committee update. Over to the staff again.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Audit and Risk Committee update is provided by the Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee. The Audit and Risk Committee most recently met on the 19th of January, and in the report it provides a summary of all that was discussed. I will take the report as being read. Are there any questions on the Audit and Risk Committee report?
Questions, councillors? Councillor Deborah?
Through the Mayor, one thing that I would just like to mention is exit interviews were mentioned. One of the things that I just would like to propose again is that they're done by an external agency and not within our organisation. And I have had pushback on this from people whenever I mention it. But the fact of the matter is that HR is often involved or deemed to be involved in staff controversies or squabbles as they are management. So I'm not sure that we're getting the actual information we need if it's done through our organisation. So I'd just like to put that forward again, because if what we're after is the truth from people, we want them to be put in a situation where they feel they can say it and that it's not for nothing. Because at the moment, from the conversations I've had with several people, it was, you know, nothing will happen anyway, so why bother? So.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Stewart?
Mr Mayor, I note under 4.1 that our annual financial statement's been held up more by external factors than internal, I gather. So I'm just wondering that everything's sort of in process of being finalised and that we're not going to be penalised or something for the lateness of the annual reports.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the statements have to be completed by the end of February with the current extensions being given by the department. And we're potentially looking to have a special meeting next week for the sign-off of the statements, or we'll bring those statements to council.
Any other questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there before us in relation to the Audit and Risk Committee. Someone to move? Councillor Devereux, Councillor Fredman to second, Councillor Devereux to speak.
Just like to reiterate what I've said before. I'm on the committee with my good friend, Councillor Fredman. Yes, you've gone up a step. And it's something that I really enjoyed being in the room for, and listening to all the opinions of people outside the organisation. And I respect what I'm told in there, and it's something that if you do get a chance to sit down, I would recommend it. Thank you.
Councillor Fredman?
The report does highlight the committee's concern about the continuing high level of staff turnover. It is crippling parts of our organisation. That was acknowledged. It was also acknowledged that most councils appear to be in the same boat. And realistically, I suppose there's no magic solutions, and certainly if all councils who are in the same boat all do good exit interviews, it's probably not going to change the world much. But realistically, I take the point we've got to try and be a better and better employer. In fact, we have to be better than other councils in order to get the staff. So just in summary, that is a concern of the committee, and it's a valid one from my perspective.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Devereux to close.
Nothing more to say. Thank you.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 5.4, as we've discussed, councillors, has been removed due to the legal advice we received. So we'll move on to section 6, corporate services. 6.1 is a corporate services directorate update. Hand over to Mr. Evans.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this document is an outline of the activities of corporate services, but also the governance section over the past quarter. And I'll take questions. Any questions?
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Deborah?
I'll start with just the CCTV and so forth. Now, we have had several instances of, there's Playback and there's Nellie Francis, who are complaining about trolleys being tossed off and glass bottles smashing and so forth off the Nash Street building, and also from Xeon residents over there about people doing mechanical work on their cars at night on the middle floor there. And of course, there's a lot of noise and clanging and revving and all the rest of it. What does council recommend these people do? I'll go there.
Yeah, sorry to answer that for Mr. Evans. I've had similar calls and I'll refer those matters onto the police. If any of the business owners are aware of any damage, they should report that to the police, and police in relation to CCTV footage can access anything that comes through on council. But particularly that the complaints from Zion Lutheran Services there and the servicing of vehicles and the like, that has been referred to police, and now we're going to activate some extra patrols.
Excellent.
Is there anything you can add to that, Mr. Evans?
No, that's the feedback I was going to give.
Any other questions, Councillor Deborah?
Yes, but I'll let other people step in. And
You're on a roll.
Oh, I am.
Yeah, keep going and I'll then step in later.
Okay, so...
You're just asking one.
No. Okay, so in the organisational development area, it says support of Dr. Baker's staff survey action planning to improve engagement and performance. I'd just like to know, what did we get from a consultation? Was it a contractor or consultation? I'm not sure. Consultant?
It was basically a contract.
Contract. So, contractor. Yeah. So what did we get from that we didn't know is what I want to know, because if we're paying for that, I just want to know, what did he tell us with our staffing issues that we didn't know, because we haven't improved. So.
Through Mr. Mayor, really what we got from, there wasn't a specific outcome or a report that we received from Dr. Baker. Dr. Baker was engaged to help us facilitate or commence our journey of cultural transformational change. So his mandate was to help us build linkages within the organisation, to allow us to have meaningful conversations and start to address the issues that were brought forward as part of the staff survey. And also he facilitated a workshop with our staff to develop some action plan items that we can take forward and engage and implement over the coming 12 months.
Past tense, so he's not.
It's not engaged at the moment. So basically what we've done is we've put any change management consultancy we put in contractors on hold, anything involved with the CEO.
All right. Thank you. Through the Mayor, it says under events, at least 10 sizeable community events, July 2023. Is there a list of what those events are?
Do you want me to answer that, please? Sorry. Yes, there is. It has been collated, and I believe we will be getting that out to councillors. It's an impressive list.
Wonderful.
Got some awesome events coming to the region. Great.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, the next workshop includes a session on event management.
All right.
We've got full information in relation to that.
Wonderful. I've got a question through the Mayor on disaster management. Now, I know that we've been talking about the disaster hub, the disaster dashboard a bit lately. I just want to ask about, I had a power loss the other night for several hours. So I went to the disaster dashboard and at no point did it come up on the disaster dashboard, despite having Energex and Energex and what's the other one? Ergon, yeah. And I was just wondering, is that normal? Is that not what it's for?
Whilst it might be a disaster to those that are looking to recharge devices, it's not considered a disaster. Power loss is something that people deal with on an intermittent basis.
Okay, I thought it might have been something that's automatically updated. It's not.
No, if you've got power loss, Energex or Ergon websites will have either a number you can call or some details on that.
I worked it out, but I thought maybe, given that we've got that, it might be on there. Another question regarding, there's two bits of software mentioned on here. There's Pulse Software Solution under Delegations and, where's the other one? Sorry about this. Modern Workplace? Was there one? There was another one. One was to do with, it was replacing Fetch, I think, whatever that one's called. Now, we've gone over to our new system with Office 365 and all that, and what we were trying to do, I thought we had over 100 different softwares and apps and stuff, and we're trying to replace them with as few as possible.
Correct.
So this is still all part of that, and it all works together, and
Yes.
that's wonderful.
And part of the reason for going with the latest version of Windows is then the functionality of the software is much better and the interfaces between them are much easier.
Fantastic. That's exactly the answer I wanted. And that's all from me, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Over.
You could submit the answers you want beforehand, Councillor. Any other questions, councillors? I don't believe there'll be many topics left. Councillor Stewart.
First one's, to me, it's not really a question, it's more a statement. Got under 2A radio, having, now if one was, basically phone boosters and trucks and such like, and key infrastructure. And I know that's something that rural fire brigades are implementing now in different brigades, and they find it really good. So, like Cedar Pocket, there's one at the brigade shed, which is very useful because that's also used as a school bus terminus, as well as in a truck. So it's a really, that works, we know. The other thing is, in the last 2.5 months, according to the report, there's been a jump of 22 positions, which seems a rather lot in 2.5 months. And I'm just wondering what the background to that is.
Any other questions, councillors?
I did, and I might wait for an answer.
Oh, sorry. I was just having a discussion with the CEO.
Yes, I did note that.
Yes.
In the last 2.5 months, there's been a increase of 22 positions in the organisation. I'm just wondering what the background is to that.
I'll take that question on notice.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Miller?
Just a small clarification or on a conferment. Back to Dr. Baker that Councillor Devereux did bring up. Seeing that there is sentiment that an external can extract more benefit to the organisation when it comes to sensitive, like HR, do we feel we've gotten really good value from money from having that contract in place, having Dr. Baker come in and accelerating that cultural change?
From an organisational perspective, yes, but I would acknowledge that it's very hard to quantify the benefit at this point in time, and that will be seen over the next 12 to 24 months. We have an initial survey from Dr. Baker that was held with employee groups, and that does tend to reinforce the positive lift that we have received in our staff culture, for want of a better word, over that period of disengagement.
Okay, Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there before us. Someone to move? No rush. Councillor Milne, someone to second? Councillor Stewart? Councillor Milne to speak?
These quarterly directorate updates are always good to see what's happening in the directorate. We don't often see operationally what's going on because we are at a strategic level. And I do thank the directorate for bringing it to us, and it has answered a few questions that I wanted to know. And yeah, happy to note the update.
Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, it's good to have the information and to be able to ask the questions, and I do note that other councillors have arms they can raise.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Milne to close.
I'd just like to read it out again. It's actually an information package that's available to the public. So this is also a transparency exercise. So that's great. Thank you.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 6.2, the finance report, January 23. And over to Mr Evans and Ms Hatherall.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. The finance report to the end of January is our usual monthly finance report. At the moment, we're continuing to trend overall favourably compared to our forecast position. We've noted there are some significant variances both in revenue and expenditure, and they'll be addressed as part of the quarterly budget review report, which is the next agenda item. If there's any questions at all.
Any questions, councillors? Oh, Councillor Smurden.
I think Mr Devereux, I think. Has removing the discount affected the rate of payment of rates?
The cash payments are about $1 million a day at the moment, and we're monitoring the outstandings. So it may have slowed down initially in those first couple of days, but there is still about $1 million a day being paid.
Just,
Councillor Devereux.
can I make a comment on that? That's okay. I went to a meeting the other day, and I was actually asked about why did we take away their discount, and I had to explain we didn't. And the logic behind that, the fact that what used to happen was the discount was added on essentially. So it still seems to me that the message isn't really out there as strongly as what it could be. So,
and I think you're right, Councillor Devereux. Most people think with that commercial retail mindset of, you know, you go into Coles and something's half price, because there is a retail margin there. We don't operate with a retail margin. We're a cost of service provider, and if, you know, we could give all ratepayers 50% discount and think, you know, we were, you know, rock stars. But the reality was we would just add 50% extra onto their rates bill and then give it back anyway. So you sort of you're taking money off them and giving it back, which isn't, as you pointed out, not much of a.
although then we really would be the highest rating.
Discount too, yeah. So, but you're right. It's hard to understand when, for years, it was portrayed as a discount when it really wasn't, and people's understanding that we are a cost of service provider. There's no retail margin. There's no money to give back to anyone unless you take it from them in the first place. So, and I think in time they'll come to understand that.
If I may, Mr Mayor, through you, the discount, you're correct, we do increase the rates when the discount was in place to try and make sure that we still collect the amount of revenue we need to fund the business as usual and the special projects and the capital program. Quite often that increase would then impact the people that could least afford it because they couldn't get access to the discount because they weren't paying on time. So
I did explain that.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Devereux?
Started. I'm just going to run through them from the top. If you could just explain these, that would be wonderful. So under subsidies, we've got 9,145, so 9 million, 9.1 million. Favourable variance due to the recognition of 6.6 million of estimated subsidies. What's the other 2.5?
The 2.5 is a number of different subsidies that we've actually been successful in achieving during the year. And there's a little bit of timing because the federal government decided to pay us.
So it's all
So
wonderful. So some are past ones that are catching up and some are.
the vast majority of that is actually what the Queensland Reconstruction Authority call that emergency phase of response to the flood work. We usually have about 3 months from the date of the disaster to capture costs in relation to that emergency phase, response phase. And then there's a period after it where we collect all the information and submit the application for subsidy. Because we had disaster after disaster after disaster, and because that disasters were statewide, QRA were absolutely swarmed. So their processing of those claims was delayed somewhat, as well as our submission the timing wasn't as good as it could have been. Due to pure accounting treatment, I have to recognise that revenue this financial year, even though the costs were last.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you for the answer. Secondly, under sales revenue, you've got RMPC Works. What's RMPC?
So through you, Mr Mayor, RMPC is the maintenance contracts we have with Queensland Transport. So that's the repairs out on those main roads.
So this money here, it says tracking lower than forecast due to delays in processing, so invoicing essentially.
Yep.
Wonderful.
So through you, Mr Mayor, we're working with that section to try and ensure that we get the budget phasing right, and also if we have done work in a month, we recognise the revenue and have it accrued into that correct month.
Wonderful. I remember when we came in, that was something you were talking about, yeah. Further down the page, notice of intention to sell, issued 9 properties.
Yep.
And 4 have been paid in full, so there's still 5 properties outstanding as of today. Thank you. Externally, okay, so higher than forecast depreciation expenditure. Could you explain that point?
Through you, Mr Mayor, our original budget didn't include a significant portion of depreciation for the Rattler. We did a valuation of all of the Rattler assets leading up to the end of financial year, and there was a number of assets that were leased to council that we didn't have on our books at a particular time. The valuers put a value on it, the depreciation increases for that. So we've held off making a change to the depreciation to this point because of the negotiations that council were engaged in with the Rattler. We will adjust it as part of the budget review to reflect the fact that we do need to recognise depreciation up to a certain point in this financial year, and then once everything's negotiated and finalised, we'll have a look at what adjustments we need to make for that. But it's an accounting treatment.
And that's, I think, going to be one of the hidden benefits of what's proposed. So it'll be interesting to get that message out as well, or important. Okay, so my last question, I believe. We've got labour reductions, vacant positions. What is corresponding increase to contractors?
Through you, Mr Mayor, obviously with the vacancies we've had, we still have to deliver a certain level of service. We've been engaging contractors to assist with dry or wet hire of plant. We've engaged some agency staff to come in and actually help the organisation.
But just so that anyone listening knows, wet hire is where there's a driver included.
Yes, sorry about that.
That's all right.
We've also engaged some agency staff through employment agencies to try and fill that gap to continue to deliver the services. So there's been that corresponding increase because those costs are treated as materials and services.
Now, when I looked at, I'm not sure if I've got this right, but the difference between the increase in contractors and the money that we've saved in the wages, well, saved is the wrong word, but is about $1 million. So we're about $1 million worse off. Would that be around?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there's also the impact of all of the CPI increases. So our fuel price it's been impacting the whole of the country. We budgeted for $1.75 or $1.80 per litre for fuel, and we were paying $2.40 for diesel at one stage. So that's just one of the extra costs. Just about everything is costing more at the moment. So
Yeah, for me, it's more about not having the staff and how that's influenced.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I think, the other report was that those costs in terms of the $1 million are encapsulate more than just staff. Any other questions, councillors? Have a recommendation there before us, someone to move? And all rush. Councillor Milne, someone to second. Councillor Polly, a change. Councillor Milne to speak.
These are statutory reports to come to council, and they're always quite thorough, and I do believe the team does a very good job in giving us the information that we need. Look, there are some positives and negatives, but that's the current climate with our budgets. They are a fluid budget, and we are able to adjust them, which we'll be doing soon. So it does reflect on here. So we're in a good position, and the team's keeping good track of it. So thank you very much for the report.
Councillor Polly.
Nothing really to add. It is what it is. The interesting stuff will come next in the next report.
Two speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Milne to close.
Happy to move the vote.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 6.3, second quarter budget review. And over to Mr. Evans from Havelock.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council has the opportunity during a financial year to review its budget and adjust the budget where it's required when there's external factors influencing our financial performance. The finance team have been keeping a careful eye on the performance year to date. We've been working with the managers and the directors, and at this point in time there are a number of items which we believe do need to be adjusted as part of this budget review. This budget review is to reflect the ongoing activity in our property market, where we've seen increases above and beyond our forecast for fees and charges. It's to bring to account those subsidies from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. It's to acknowledge that we do have some labour savings due to vacancies to date, to the end of December, and we do need to address some of the cost increases in the materials and services, and also that depreciation. We've also increased our revenue from interest on investments because we're holding more cash than we forecast we would have, and the interest rates, the official interest rates, continue to increase. The team have also had a lot of time chatting with our capital delivery branch, and the capital program has been adjusted with the understanding that there is a significant body of work in relation to the recovery from the floodworks. We're bringing those projects in as they're approved by QRA, and they're actually costed and designed, and we're actually looking at the rest of the capital program that we originally adopted and trying to work out which of those projects need to push into the next financial year. So if there's any questions about the budget review.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Polly.
Through the Mayor, just remind me, with the cash on hand, the 70 million I think is what you're referring to, what was the best practice? We had to have 3 months of operational cash sitting there.
Yep.
Are we there yet?
Cash bounces up and down, and we've certainly, over the course of the year, have maintained a reasonably good cash cover ratio. Those sustainability ratios that are included in the report indicate that our cash is within the benchmarks. Obviously, if you have a look at the cash report, which was part of your January year-to-date finances, unrestricted cash has dipped a little bit. That's because January is probably the low point in our cash because we're issuing our rates and we don't expect the rates to come in completely until March. Yep. So council as a whole are certainly managing to meet the benchmark for the ratio.
I think that 70 million has constrained cash and unconstrained cash as well. So there's 2 aspects to that.
I realise that. So I'm just trying to understand that the unrestrained bit. You wanted so that when we're at our lowest point, we still got 3 months of operational, at the lowest point.
That would be Through you, Mr Mayor, that's the benchmark that we
Yeah,
hope to achieve.
So I was sure, how far we got to go with that then? Looking at that roughly.
From memory, we were only a couple of $1 million under the
So,
3 months. And it so much depends on how much activity you've got during the month as
Yeah.
well. So this year, with all of the works that we've been doing with recovery, our average monthly spend is slightly higher than it was last year. So all of those little cogs work together to try and work out what the benchmark will be. As I said, the sustainability ratio moving forward is within the benchmarks. So
Through you, Mr Mayor, I guess, if the cost of work had been the same from last year to this year, then we would be meeting that.
Yep.
But the significant CPI fuel costs, and so that has just meant we're slightly under.
that's fine. So if I could ask,
Question, councillor?
yeah, one final question. You made a little comment there that the income is better than expected because there's more activity, more houses, more rateable. Could you quantify how much it's got better? As in, like, it went up 1.5%, it's gone up 5%?
we'd have to do some work around that, because we're just looking at the budget estimate versus the actuals. So the actual economic growth within council, we'd have to have a look at and see what indicators we can find.
Okay. So could I take that as a question on notice?
Maybe Mr Burns' team could probably help there in terms of extra rates, notices or titles that have been issued, just to understand the number of extra properties we've got in the region. Oh, but just as a question on notice, Mr Burns, I don't think it's,
Oh, easy got it.
Unless you know the answer now, happy to hear it.
I know we have a building report coming up that maybe you could answer it then or now, whatever works.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I can. We approved approximately 555 dwellings last year. Of those, only 40 to 45% actually get constructed in any particular year. From a rating perspective, we considered somewhere between 100 and 200 properties would be in addition to the rates revenue. So we took a fairly conservative approach of that 200, the 40% equates to 230 or something, and we put 100 into the rates, thinking that the market would slow down a little bit. We're revising that position for this year's budget papers, and councillors will get the opportunity to comment and discuss that as part of budget preparation this year.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we'll work with Adrian's team to actually see if we can quantify whether it was 2% growth for the whole of the region or whether it was higher. So I think
Through you, Mr Mayor, we were, the census ID was forecasting 1.9%. The indications are that how you calculate it changes those percentages quite significantly. It's very difficult to report in a quantitative basis. We can do it. We have to go and do a little bit of work, and I would take that on notice if that's okay, if councillors wanted that. But in essence, there were times where that growth was quite significantly more than 1.9% forecast.
Any other questions, councillors? Have a recommendation there before us. Councillor Baldock, someone to second. Councillor Mill. Councillor Baldock to speak.
Due to the fact that the air conditioning is working overtime today, I won't add any extra hot air to the room. Just happy to move. Really, it's quite clear and it's a report. Well done. Thank you.
Councillor Mill.
These budget reviews are really an integral part of our financing for the financial year, because there are so many factors that influence what our budgets are, income, outcome. There's so many factors that do change. Our capital program is probably one of those bugbears that I have. It's one of those targets that seems unachievable sometimes. However, I do see that there are some projects in there that have been put in that have been deemed something that we need to do sooner rather than later, and I see some of those as potentially income producing or actually just sustainability producing or just efficiency producing, so I'm really happy with that. I would like to point out again, we'll probably have another capital program readjustment when we have more REPA packages come in, so I don't see this as a last. I don't want all those good things to get pushed out either, so it's just one of those fluid things that we have to do, and so thank you.
Two speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Baldock to close.
No.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 6.4, the procurement report. Hand back to you, Senator Mr Evans.
I'm going to do this when you've been talking enough.
That's all right. This one's a bit of closure. So through you, Mr Mayor, this report is once again one of our regular reports to let you know what's going on in the procurement field. There's a number of minutes that the executive and the procurement panel have endorsed because it's within their financial delegation. And the second item is the actual finalisation of the disposal of the auto patcher, jet patcher machine. So we put that out to public tender and we've received tenders and we've made a recommendation.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Devereux?
One tender. I do have a question because one of the things with the jet patch, I have asked before about the whole of life cost for it, even though we haven't used it. Because we did train, I was just trying to find it, 8 operational staff have been scheduled to complete competency training. I'm not sure, I think only 2 did, I might be wrong on that. Because when it comes to the whole of life cost of it, there was the cost of getting ready to buy it, deciding to buy it, going out, buying it, and then now there's all the cost involved in getting rid of it and making that decision and the training, all this. So I would, and I'm quite happy for you to take this question on notice, like to know what it's actually cost us and whether we are in front or not. Because although it looks pretty good on paper, I think there's a lot that hasn't been included.
Well, yes, there is a paper profit there. I guess the question is it. We know that there's a cost involved in going out to tender. We know that on both occasions. Is it worth the extra expense of having staff doing that? I think that the lesson to be learned is let's make sure when we purchase land it's relevant to our region.
If I could respond to that. We voted to buy it on staff recommendations, and the only one who turns out was right was my good friend Bob here, Councillor Fredman. So for me, it's a prickly issue because we have to be able to trust staff recommendations. So,
but understanding the whole of understanding the cost associated with going to tender at both ends won't change the outcome and won't actually.
I'm sure
it won't mitigate the concern that you have around the information that we get as councillors.
Mm.
It just there is a definite cost associated with it. And it's frustrating that we've been down that path and then the equipment hasn't worked for us or wouldn't work for us. I don't know how.
Alternatively, wouldn't work for us, or someone wanted to go a different direction. I mean, people use this bit of equipment.
It does in the right environment, and it's probably not as suited to our environment as we were told, and it's one of the challenges of being on council as a councillor is, how do you make sure that the information we're getting is spot on, and sometimes we've come across that it's probably not as reliable as we desire, and it's a challenge for local government around the state.
If I could make a final statement
yes,
on this, it is, we're not talking about, we're often pushed back against if there's 5,000 or 10,000 for a public event, to be honest, it's not in the budget or whatever. This is $500,000. And, we just put our hands up and said, yeah, if you say we need it. So for me, there has to be accountability. And one of the things I'd like to know is what it has cost us. So that's what I'm thinking.
What do you mean by accountability?
Well,
I'm just trying to define or understand, because if the staff that have recommended this have moved on and they're not working for us anymore,
despite the staff.
There's no real, just hold on, there's no opportunity to, hold them to account. I understand the desire to understand how much does it cost to go to tender, how much, at both ends. And that would be good for general information, but does it change the outcome, I guess, is my question. And what do you mean by accountability?
Okay, when you say staff have moved on, some staff have moved on. We still have a lot of staff that were here at the time in senior positions, management or senior management. So I'm tiring a little bit of hearing, oh, that person's not here anymore, or that was before my time.
But
We
how do you
know
hold them
why.
accountable?
Well, it would be the organisation in this case, wouldn't it?
And what do you mean by accountability?
That it's recognised that a mistake was made, and why was the mistake made, and how can we avoid it in the future? That's what I want. I don't want to put my hand up for $500,000 of ratepayer money to find out that, oh no, we changed our mind. It shouldn't be a case of that. It should be, we know this is the bit of kit we want, we need it. And that's what we were told, and then next thing you know, we're going through if you want to go into real costs, for me, it is we waited for this bit of equipment. When we got it, it sat around not being used, and instead of buying the bit of kit we did need, which staff could have used, and we could have had more roads fixed with the right bit of kit. Instead, we've had something that we didn't need sitting there. We've had $500,000, which could have been in the bank, could have been in the bank.
I understand you want to make sure that it sounds like you want to make sure that the information that councillors get is spot on.
Yeah,
I think that's a separate issue to the cost of the tender, because you can find out how much it costs to tender, but it doesn't change the fact that there is a need to ensure that the information that's given to councillors is correct.
Just look at the staff then.
So that's why I'm saying, is there any value in going to more expense in staff time to understand the cost of the tender, when I think it's very clear to staff here that we don't want this to happen again, and councillors across the board want to share your frustration and share your disappointment with the fact that we were told this is the bee's knees, we need it, it's going to save a whole lot of our problems, and then a short period later there was a desire to turn around and no, we don't need this anymore, and the emulsion doesn't suit our climate, that sort of stuff. I think they're two separate things.
It wasn't a short period later. It was, what, a year? Anyway, I can remove the question on notice if you like. I'm just
saying I think they're two separate issues, and I agree with you. I think it is vitally important that the information in the reports is relevant and factual, and not based on staff personal preferences, but rather what's best for the organisation, for the region, and for the staff. And when things like this happen, it's annoying, to be diplomatic. And so I share your frustration there. I just think the cost of the tendering won't fix that, even if we get it. We will understand how much it costs to go through this process, but it still won't change the information that we were given in relation to this. And I think staff are well aware, based on everything we've said, that we want the truth in the reports, not their personal wishes. Is there anything else, Councillor?
No, if you don't mind, yes.
Yep.
So 8 operational staff scheduled to complete competency training full day, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. This was back in May 2022. So in addition to everything else, there's potentially 16 days of staff time.
But I go back to my point, Councillor Devereux. I agree with what you're saying.
Okay,
You're putting it all in one basket, and I'm trying to explain to you that there's two separate issues here. One is the cost associated with this.
Yeah.
Another one is the information that was in the report. I completely agree with you on your concern around the information that was in the report. The cost associated with this machine is a separate item, and they add up. It's the cost of the tender, it's the cost of training staff, it's It's having it sit there for a period of time. It's not having the equipment that we could have spent. So I just think they're two separate issues. And if you'd like
If I could make
all of
one,
that information, we can go to the expense of collating all those costs, but it won't. They're separate to the other issue of the information in the report.
if I could make one final.
Yes, Councillor Deborah.
I don't see it as two separate baskets, regardless of how the internal organisation sees it, because to a ratepayer, it's simply their money. So it's one basket to the ratepayer. Secondly, whole of life is something that we've been told is really important from the get-go. So for me, even the organisation should see it as important. And my main point of what I was really trying to get to, which I would have got there eventually, what I would hate to see is the organisation coming out and trying to push that we've actually made money on this. If we get more than what we paid for it, or we didn't lose money on this, because we did. We didn't make money, we did lose money.
Through you, Mr Mayor, this report is simply the budget implications. So I have to recognise the actual cash gain on that machine. This is not including any of the opportunity costs or the sunk costs that were part of the purchase.
Okay, I withdraw my question on notice.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Miller?
Just a clarification on, we've decided to dispose of this piece of machinery, and Councillor Devereux has brought up some prior concerns on decision making, and I do remember this report, mainly because of the vote against and the council that voted against and their knowledge on it. I remember asking lots of questions on this because I saw the piece of machinery as something that would help us with something that we've got a problem with now, which is fixing our roads. From my memory, and you can correct me if I'm incorrect, Councillor Fredman or Mr Byrne, the piece of machinery would work in ideal conditions, dry, available and not wet, so it's unavailable on the coast. Because I do hear from the people that they do want these machines that do this stuff, but unfortunately in our region it wasn't suitable. So at the time it probably didn't have enough information to go with it. Unfortunately, Councillor Fredman had all the information there and could predict it. And so I saw it as, and I've seen this whole process as the staff was trying to do something that was strategic for what we wanted, but it probably wasn't suited quite to here. So obviously someone wanted it because they're paying a bit of money for it. So it's going to be suited somewhere else. I'm just seeing that. So we do need kit that suits the, the service that we want to give the community. It's unfortunately this one didn't quite work. So that's the real question, I believe, is that are we going to go trying to, how much understanding do we need for each bit of kit? Because I don't have that understanding. I remember asking lots of these questions. And, so how far do we go on accountability when you might not weigh it all up?
Well, I think Councillor Devereux's point is relevant, that as councillors here, we know what a jetpack actually looks like, but we're desperately reliant on the information that staff give. And if there's a recommendation from staff, they may have had experience with that sort of equipment out in the West or, in other councils and seen it work well, and that translates to what they want to introduce into this council. We're reliant when making these decisions that the advice that we're getting is relevant to our region. And, it's a challenge. I think one of the historical benefits that we had with someone like Councillor Fredman in infrastructure services for such a long period of time was that consistency in the bank of knowledge. The wheel had probably tried being reinvented on a number of different things for over the 40 odd years that he served our council, so he'd seen most things. And so when someone like that is out of the organisation, that void is removed, and I guess there's a lesson for all of us there. And staff also need to understand that we're reliant on good information. If we don't have good information that's relevant to our region, we can't make the decisions that are in the best interest of the community. And that's how the system works. And so it's there's a reliance from the organisation perspective on each other to make sure that when reports come up, they're spot on. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Pollock?
Page 33, item 2.1.2, the Mary Valley Rail Trail. Could I get a very brief elaboration on where that's at? Because I know we had a couple $100,000 to do a study. Is there more studies to be done, or?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe the study is opinions of the community sustainability team. It is one study from what I understand.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the current estimate of that study is higher than what was originally budgeted. So we've gone back to them to seek guidance as to how we manage that.
Councillor Devereux?
Can I just, that was 250,000?
Yeah.
The money for that? It's higher than 250,000 for a stretch of rail that we.
Will we be getting a report as to understand why that? It seems like a significant amount of money to actually conduct a study. Are they doing engineering inspections and the like as well? Or?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we're seeking clarification. The Director of Infrastructure might have some additional information.
Perhaps a report could come to a workshop or something on that, Mr Lewis? We might get some detail around that.
We'll bring that back to a council workshop. It is linked somewhat to the later discussion on the Rattler Railway Company as well, in the future of that corridor.
Councillor Devereux?
Are we agreeing to spending more money here? We're not, are we?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Have a recommendation there before us. Someone to move? Councillor Smooth, someone second. Councillor Polly, Councillor Smooth to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just thought I'd surprise you there.
Council is after all the big business, and we have to do budget reviews every now and then to make sure that we are actually on the right track, and it's good to see that all figures are presented to us. Thank you very much.
Councillor Polly?
I'm just too happy to see the updates and the clarity and letting us know where it's at. Happy to second.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Mr Smooth to close. With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 6.5, extension to project management and inspection.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the reports there, it's in relation to after the January rain event, council went to the market to seek assistance in relation to putting together claims, damage assessment, and an ongoing project management of any damage. Whilst it was out in the market, the February event occurred, so we went to the market during the tender process, and effectively at that stage the size of the damage was unknown. So we got an estimate based on that. Council approved the inclusion of Cormick Road to provide those services. Subsequent to that, the size has been somewhat larger than was originally expected, so we did a variation last month in relation to extension of Cormick Road for the end of March to do the claims and also damage assessment. The acting CEO and I met with QRA last week and highlighted the challenges that not only ourselves but others are having in this front in terms of getting the claims, getting the damage and so on. We've agreed with QRA and they're seeking Commonwealth approval in relation to the evidence of damage still has to be completed by 31st of March this year, but our claim period can go to June. We're still seeking formal approval, but QRA indicated that was likely. On top of that, we are seeing our claims approved, and we are in the process of putting them out to the market, but also undertaking the flood recovery works ourselves. So what we're seeking to do, noting now the size of the damage, we think it's prudent that we go to the market to provide the Reaper project management, going out to the full program, because it will be a considerable expense. That expense is covered by QRA and the state and feds, but because of the time period to do the tender process, evaluate and then appoint, we're recommending that council extend the current contract with Cormick Road for a period of 4 months so that they can continue to project manage whilst we're going through the tender evaluation and so on, and then do a handover.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Smith?
Just wondering, how many Reaper packages are we looking at?
So at the moment we've got 14 draft packages drawn up. That's probably on the Eastern Road side, plus a few more on the Western Road, but that's not including betterment either. So we're looking at 20 plus total submissions to QRA.
So what will be the total value of that, do you think?
Currently we're forecasting around 60 million for the recovery, not including any additional betterment that comes online over the next 2 years.
So have we received any betterment approved?
Morsley Street's in the process of getting formal approval, yes.
So Morsley Street in area has been approved, has it?
We've received an informal approval on it, and it's just going through a process with QRA for formal approval. Yep.
And have we applied for an extension to actually do these Reaper works?
Yes.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
To when?
June 25.
Yep, June 2025.
That approval is subject to federal approval.
Other questions, councillors? Councillor Polly?
So it's only $750,000, good, but it's not ratepayer money. It's going to get reimbursed by, but are we, in terms of cash flow, are we paying out to Cormac Road on invoice? And then when do we get the $2.5 million back?
So the process is, because this is recovery works, effectively, Cormick Road is helping us do the submissions. When we put in the submission and it gets approved by QRA then give us 30% of the value of that claim. So effectively, we've been, to a certain extent, bankrolling, whilst QRA have been approving. The project management is somewhere around between 6 and 8% of the total Reaper package. So where we have approval and we get 30% of the total package, we won't have spent anywhere near that money at that point in time. So it kind of catches up quickly.
So we get the money back quickly after we pay that. I'm fine with that.
Councillor Deborah?
Hi. Through the Mayor, a couple of questions. Just on that 30%, so do we get the whole 60 million or we get 30% of the 60 million we have to?
So the process is, we put in a very extremely detailed submission.
Yes.
So for example, Reaper package 1 had over 700 lines and over 1,000 photos. In terms of that, QRA go through an exhaustive process to make sure that
would be exhaustive.
Yes.
1,000.
And then approval, and then 30%. So fundamentally, we then get the 30%, and then as we spend, we put in claims for funding. For the rest.
Thank you.
The last 10% is held until the project is completed and remitted. So generally, the cash flow is manageable.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. I have one more question, if I could, in regards to the proposed contract extension value. So from the original contract until the total of what we're looking at now, it's a 96% increase, essentially, give or take. Can I just... It's not the same work, it's extra work that we're paying for, is that right?
Again, when we went to contract, it was almost immediately after the February event. We did not know the volume of damage, the volume and complexity of the event. Plus then we also had May. So that volume is significantly more than the estimate that was included in the original contract. So the work is the same work that was envisaged, just a significantly more of it.
That was what I wanted, just for anyone watching, because if you read this, there's a chance they would just go, oh, they've just upped the price because of whatever, but it's not the case. Very happy, and I just wanted to make sure it was out there. Thank you.
Just have a question to follow on from Councillor Defro. Is the level of detail required from QRA significantly more than what we've seen in past events, given that, it was 10 years ago?
Yeah, significantly more. So my previous experience was largely paper-based in terms of the submissions to QRA. We used to be able to roll through approvals with QRA relatively expediently. The more current process, which is involving an online portal, a lot of data checking through that portal, so automated checking, requires the data to be a lot more accurate, as well as the level of data required. So every photo needs to have GPS geotag on it. It needs to be so close to the road to pass all their checks. So the data is absolutely to a higher level than what we've experienced previously, but that's obviously across the board for the state that have to meet that requirement.
So has there been any discussions at their level to understand whether or not the extra expense, a 90% increase for us, just us alone, to actually put together these packages from a contractor without including our own costs internally, whether all this extra requirement actually costs more than what it would to get the work done? Is there any benefit? Have we done? Has anyone talked with the state about cost evaluations around this and whether it's an effective process, or whether the older process that Mr. Watson's had experience with allowed things to be done quicker and more expedient, save 90% on contractors' costs plus the cost to council as well?
It's really sort of Mr. Mayor. Probably a couple of aspects of that. The Commonwealth are being the principal, I suppose, funder with recovery funding, and they channel the funds through the state. The Commonwealth have actually imposed more stringent control, if you like, on how that money is actually managed. But the other aspect, there is definitely significantly more work than there was, say, a decade ago. Pluses and minuses of that, but the pluses are that what it does do is actually put us in a lot better position with a lot more concrete data should there be another event. So I've actually got very comprehensive baseline data that will then mean that the next event may not need as much information, so we'll actually have a lot better baseline data to work with.
I think for the residents' perspective, they want to see a streamlined process that allows staff to be out, doing the job rather than sitting at a computer pushing information through a portal. And if the event is 10 years between the baselines, sort of a little bit, probably a little bit too old. But I just feel for staff in these circumstances because these processes are imposed by higher forms of government, and you have to comply if you want to save the ratepayer funds. And not only do you have the burden of putting so much extra information in to justify a claim that once was a little bit more simple, there's the compounding effect of, given the event, all the extra packages that have been put in by local governments across the country that have slowed that process up as well. So I think any time we can have discussions at that higher level around simplifying processes and making it easier, I think we need to push that forward, because there will be floods, and it may not benefit us this year, next year, but if you can get some change, it may benefit another local government down the track. And so it's not just about us; it's about local government in general having to deal with these over-cumbersome processes.
So Mr. Mayor, if I just make one more comment just on that, is that my recent experience is that over the last few years, QRA have actually followed their processes. They have actually got more streamlined. Still a long way to go, but they have actually taken good feedback right from, let's say 4 or 5 years away.
For you, Mr Mayor, in the meeting we had with QRA, it is highlighted that every council in Queensland has got a current disaster event. So it is a significant impost. I should also mention the level of detail. So the conversation through Liam, Graham and myself currently is about reaper claims. The amount of detail in relation to betterment is higher. So in terms of Maudsley Road, as an example, it's a full business case and so on. So one of the things we're conscious of is not holding up sort of the recovery work. So we're putting a focus on reaper, and where there's opportunities within each claim for betterment to make Gympie more resilient to future events. We are also doing that at that time, but our focus is on fundamentally getting the roads rebuilt as well.
But I think that the struggle is the people that assess these claims don't understand the broader impact. And if you want to look at the business case, and I mean, I just feel sorry for staff in these circumstances. The level of detail required, from what I've seen, it's cumbersome. We had an extended period of flooding. Staff were under the pump anyway, and to have such a requirement, and I understand the need for some guidelines so, councils aren't, taking more than what they should. But, the level of supporting documentation and the pages and the photos and the GPS location and all those sorts of things to justify a claim, you might spend 50 grand extra on a business case and the betterment package only adds $50,000 to it. We get to claim that 50 grand, the state would have, or the feds would have been better off just giving us that money anyway because it's a nil transaction. There's got to be some practical application to the way that we utilise those funding arrangements so that it actually assists us and assists the staff in getting the job done and getting things back to where they should be. I understand that those people that are assessing these things like to see all the boxes ticked and they like to see their bits of paper there, but those bits of paper don't help anyone out in the community. And the ongoing delay in and extra work that our staff have to put to get things done slows up everything around the rest. It slows the recovery, it slows the repair of the roads, and hampers our community in getting back to normal. And I think that has to be a huge consideration of these bodies that administer this money. That it's not always just about the numbers that are in the box. There's a broader application of the cost, and there has to be some practical application of the processes. Otherwise, we get in a situation where we are now, where things get bogged down, and staff are submitting an encyclopedia on stuff that, any person taking a practical view would look at it and go, we know that's going to qualify. And, there is always ways to make things simpler. And I think that, I know from my end I've had those discussions, and hopefully from the organisation as well. Anything we can do to make it easy for staff to get the job done should be something that the state and federal governments look to assist us with. Any other questions, councillors? Comments? No? Okay, we have a recommendation there before us. Is there someone to move? Councillor Polly, someone to second. Councillor Smerdon, Councillor Polly to speak.
As I understand, the staff at Cormac Road have been very well trained from their previous employment. So they're the experts in the job. They're with us. They're doing the job. So it makes sense to continue the contract. Happy to move the extension.
Councillor Smerdon.
Yeah, so service that's got to be provided. So they've been doing a reasonable job coming up to now. So better to stick with the people that know what they're doing.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Polly to close.
I'm happy to move things.
That will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We might take a quick short break for a cup of tea before we come back at say 2:45, 10 to 11. We'll adjourn the meeting.
Thank you. Go get a
We're live now, Mr. Mayor.
Ready to go?
Yeah, we're on, yep.
No, we pulled one out, which was the
5.4. 5.4.
Everyone times there.
If that is adopted.
Start at 7.
Welcome back, council staff and members of the gallery. We'll continue our ordinary meeting with item 7.1, adoption of the biosecurity policy, and I'll hand over to Mr. Burns. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for allowing us to talk about this today. This matter was presented, Alex Taylor, who would normally prepare this and present this, has unfortunately been taken sick today, so she will not be attending. I'll be doing it. The matter was discussed at a workshop recently. Essentially, this is just a report that seeks the adoption of the matters discussed at the workshop in terms of renewing and reapplying our biosecurity policy and Giant Rat Tail guidelines, and also reconstituting essentially what used to be the Weeds Advisory Committee, but it will be a biosecurity advisory group. Happy to take questions from councillors if you wish, or I can go through any salient details of the report also if you wish.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Smith?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Burns, we highlight the GRT problem, but are we also looking at the Parthenium problem?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're highlighting the GRT problem because we do have a specific GRT guideline. Parthenium is one of a number of noxious weeds that we are addressing as well, and that will be addressed through the biosecurity policy, and also the biosecurity advisory group that is going to be constituted as part of this process. We're anticipating that they will advise us of any other weed species that they feel that we need to take particular attention to. Cat's claw creeper and also things like bush pepper. There are a number of other weed species that are high on the agenda, and we would look at all those weed species as and when suitable and capable of doing so.
Have we had many respondents to actually being on that committee?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if Alex was here, I'd be able to answer that. I might have to take that on notice. I do believe there has been significant interest, but the committee's not been constituted yet, and I'm not sure of the number of formal approvals or requests to be on it. I can come back to councillors. I can circulate that to you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Deborah?
Through the Mayor, I was just looking at consultation here, and I thought it was really good. We've got administration for our Town Hall, Gympie Library, Tinkham Bay Library, Kilkeevan Council Office, as well as there were notifications in the Callula Bay Bulletin, Gympie Today and Mary Valley Voice. I am wondering if an opportunity has been missed with perhaps going to something like the Gympie Show. I mean, when you look at biosecurity, it might be an idea to hang out where the people with the animals all congregate at some point, or rodeos, or Gameri Pumpkin Festival, if it ever.
I think you'll find,
Yeah.
I think you'll find that most festivals like that, we do have staff in attendance.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Snowden has answered for me quite adequately. In essence, although we weren't able to consult on this because of the timing of this particular report, council lands protection officers do attend all those events, all those shows. There was a small hiatus where, from 2-3 years ago, where the officers didn't attend those shows, but for at least the last 2 years, and coming out of COVID, they are now attending those shows again with media collateral, leaflets, flyers, and happy to discuss with the community issues relating to biosecurity and in particular weeds in our rural areas.
Okay, so given there was a time issue, what about with rates for people on primary producers and so forth? Given what this is about, was there consideration to something being put in the rates to see if they wanted to put a submission forward?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may clarify, are you asking whether we would put a notice in the rates asking for interest to be on the biosecurity advisory group, or asking about the policy?
Asking, because you've got here 5 written submissions were received, so asking about the people commenting on the policy itself, isn't it?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I could allow the Corporate Services Director to add to this, but in essence, we have an enormous number of communications that go out to our community. We don't find it always prudent to go in rates and offices. We do put things in council newsletters when they go out. We have to prioritise information going out in rates and offices, and we found that a lot of people, they don't view the rates and offices always as a positive thing. So they tend not to read a lot of the material that gets put in there.
I was more wondering, just with only 5, I see it as only 5 written submissions, because it's not a lot given how many people we've got who this affects. So I was thinking there might have been other ways to get some interest. Thank you very much.
Or perhaps that the small number of submissions means that they're happy with the policy and depends what we.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, you would know that this is it's a contentious issue, weeds, but we're reasonably pleased that we actually got 5 submissions. People don't always submit to these sort of things, so we found that was quite good. We're not unhappy about the 5 submissions. And it is a contentious issue, and people are always keen to talk to us, particularly when we go to the shows about these weed matters.
Thank you. Councillor Jensen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just going back, Mr. Burns, to putting things in with rates notices. When I worked in a bank, we used to put in all the important information in with people's statements, and they would always come in and say, "You never told me," or "What's this?" And it's like, "Oh, it was in with your statement." "Oh, that." And it was always, "Oh, that's that bit of paper that we throw in the bin that we don't even look at." And it's like for years and years, that was the piece of paper that nobody ever looked at.
Like junk mail.
That might have been the.
Yeah, you have to take this one up.
Yeah. Any other questions, councillors? I think it's great. Great work, Mr. Burns. Councillor Mill.
The policy lines out the biosecurity policy. It's about prioritising management of high biosecurity risk-based species that are currently less prevalent, and then containing and putting efforts into containing the other ones, but prioritising those ones that we may have greater effect in the future of the sustainability as a policy. So am I reading that correct? Is that, I know there's a lot of angst around existing invasive species impact, but if we can stop other ones coming in, we're not compounding the effect. So I'm just clarifying that that is one of our policy positions through this policy. And I'm not disagreeing with it. I do agree with that approach, because you can chase something that you've got, or you can try and contain and then put energies into something else. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I know we've discussed this at workshop previously, particularly with GRT. If we'd addressed the GRT issue when it started to arise 30 years ago, we wouldn't have had a GRT issue today. So the Lands Protection team and our biosecurity team and state and federal biosecurity policy is trying to get on top of these things and control them before they become an issue. So yes, we do prioritise them. Yes, the policy is aimed and guided to prioritise weed species that are particularly invasive and a particular threat, and where we have ideal conditions for them to spread. So we do prioritise.
Can I just clarify, you said weed species, it's any invasive species?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is any invasive species. I personally was involved in a seminar this week on invasive fish species, gambusia, tilapia, and the like in this area, because there are significant issues with those species, and the state government was seeking whether they should change rules about harvesting fish and so on to encourage the community to get on top of some of those species. And again, the species that have been allowed to, weren't deemed as a serious priority, and then have kind of taken over. So it's not just weed species, there are tree species, there are other species of animals, as councillors would know. We have feral dogs, feral cat programs that we also are actively, particularly on the coast, looking at.
Any other questions, councillors? Thank you, Mr. Burns. We have a recommendation there before. Someone to move, Councillor Spurgeon, someone to second, Councillor Stewart. Thank you. Councillor Smith to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'm happy to see that we've got a biosecurity policy. I'm also happy to see that the biosecurity advisory group is being formed. I think it's a vital cog in the fight against all the biosecurity problems that we do have, and it gives us a more broad understanding of the whole region, I think, because we'll have representatives from every region, hopefully, on that committee. So, I'm happy to see that we are progressing here.
Councillor Stewart.
Mr Mayor, I think this is a good policy. Number of things I like is it talks about the responsibility of all landowners. That's not just council doing it. It's the whole community has to work together. There's parts in it about managing expectations, and I think Councillor Milne sort of touched on this, in that we can't stop all weeds. We can't. And I know in the eastern area of my division where rat's tail's an issue, the reality is we can't get rid of it. So we've got to manage those sort of expectations about what anyone can do to deal with these weeds. We want to, yes, reduce them and whatever, and stop. And I think the risk approach, what's going to happen in the future with weeds and stopping that. I do want to give a shout out to staff. When a road was built past our place, it was built through a patch of groundsel, spread the groundsel the whole length of the road. So we've been trying to get rid of it for the last 10 years. And I called up council staff because I saw some nice big bushes on the road, and they're out within a week or two and got rid of that groundsel, including bushes I hadn't seen. So that was nice. So I think council staff are very responsive. And when you see the slush along the roadside, you see bits of grass that are left behind, and then, you know, about a week later, the weed crew come through and spray that rat's tail or whatever it is. So I think staff are doing a great job, and this is a great policy, putting responsibility where it needs to be, and about working together.
2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Milne.
I'd just like to build on what Councillor Stewart was about. It's an ever holistic issue that we need to all work together, but the council's actually going to lead by example by undertaking those effective management. So I like that policy statement, and also adequately funding some actions to enable implementation of the biosecurity plan. I also like to touch on that it was brought up that there was only about 5 submissions, but they were of great depth, and they're actually going to be utilised for further planning in our local laws and biosecurity plan. So when you do give feedback on some issue, you can actually have an outcome that's betterment for something else. And so we were ahead of the game on that feedback. So this has actually had a really good outcome, I feel, in community consultation. And if there was only 5, maybe they were happy, because I was quite happy with the original plan, our policy, and they've come back pretty consistent. And so I'm really happy to have these go through.
Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Smith to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's council's role to police not just weeds in the area, but it's also council's role to educate all landholders in the area in regard to controlling these pests. So I think that's one area that we may have to step up a little bit more. We tended to have field days about rat's tail and that sort of thing in the past, but they've sort of died a natural death lately, and I think it would be a good option for council to actually start doing these field days again, and trying to educate more farmers, because the farmers keep, we get new landholders all the time, and a lot of them have nothing to do with rat's tail, so it's just a good avenue to look at, I think. So, but I'm happy to move. Yeah.
With that, we'll go to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.2, amendments to the adopted amenity and aesthetics resolution for November 2015.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Andrew Parker is here to present this report. I'll just give you a very brief preamble, in the sense that I'm assuming the councillors have read the report. In essence, this has come out of some of the work that has been occurring in the flood space and the recovery space. We've been working with the state government, and these amendments to this policy have been initiated through that. Andrew's happy to take questions and or provide any salient points that he wishes to report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor, the report seeks council permission to make some minor alterations to our current amenity and aesthetics resolution, specifically in the space of capturing some of the houses that are likely to be raised as a result of the state government's Resilient Homes Fund program. Council's been advised that there are a number of houses that potentially will be put through that program, or certainly the opportunity for that to occur. Our current resolution limits house raising to a maximum of 8.5 metres, being the total height of that house above natural ground level. The resolution recognises, or the proposed amendment, sorry, recognise that even with the raising of some of the existing houses, that while they might comply with the 8.5 metre maximum height, potentially a house on 5 metre high stumps in particular areas may not necessarily meet the amenity and aesthetics, I guess, protections that we're trying to achieve through the resolution.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Pollock?
Yeah, sorry, I was a little bit clueless because it wasn't a track changes, so I'm looking at reading going, I don't know what the old one or what the new one is.
Certainly.
But now you've just told me one.
And primarily that is it. So through you, Mr Mayor, the critical change to the document is that in any instance of raising a house, the maximum height of 8.5 is not necessarily the critical factor for referring it to council. If you're looking to raise an existing house any height, the changed amenity and aesthetics resolution will require that application to be sent to council so we can assess whether or not it still meets our amenity and aesthetics I guess expectations, enables us to impose some conditions such as landscaping or under-batten screening to make that house more attractive. Consider also I guess the impacts of it overlooking neighbouring properties. That mechanism doesn't exist under the current amenity and aesthetics.
So it's just triggering the application.
That's correct.
Because I know we've also had complaints from other people, residents go, oh, their neighbour's building a shed right in front of my front door and I've got to look at the back of the shed. Because I think in this, people can move their houses to higher ground. May not be higher, but might have moved. That would trigger.
That's correct. Yes. So the relocation of a house anywhere on the property, even within the same property, or the raising of the house, it's purely a mechanism for us to basically have or cast an eye over that particular proposal to make sure that it still meets the expectations in and around amenity and aesthetics provisions. The existing provisions relating to Class 10 sheds have not been amended or revised. It's expected that they will be revised as a future planning scheme, I guess, policy position as the planning scheme is drafted.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the relocation of houses onto sites was always covered by this policy. What we've done with this policy is we've expanded that to relocation of houses within sites and allowed the additional raising. So with the 8.5 metres, that would have been your limit. And now, if the aesthetics and amenity is appropriate and the house is in a situation where you could go higher than 8.5, if it's a flood affected property, then the team using this resolution will be able to allow the house to go higher than 8.5, but it would be specific to those conditions.
So, just ask one more question. So, be a bit facetious, say beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So, who determines what's aesthetically pleasing or not? You might have a different view of what looks good. And they'll be looking at, I can't afford to, I mean, a mature tree's $1,000 or more, and you've got to bang in 10 of those, they're not going to afford that. I don't know.
Very good question. Through you, Mr Mayor, obviously our assessment process is based on planning principles. So, I guess a background, a history, case precedents, we look at all of those or take into consideration those sorts of things in making a determination about whether or not something meets the performance criteria. The performance criteria, which I can refer to on the last page of the document, talk about keeping in character with the area. They talk about it providing an acceptable streetscape, not impacting on amenity of neighbouring properties, etc.
Councillor Stewart.
So, Mr Mayor, as Mr Burns may be aware, I've had an inquiry from a person who has concerns about raising the house, and so they're on a rural res block cul-de-sac, and they'll need to raise the house above 8.5, the roof. So, presumably, in that sort of situation, there shouldn't be too many amenity issues. I guess, and it's going to be case-by-case basis. was there any consideration given to relaxing, though, the setbacks? Because, I mean, to me, I have a problem with the setbacks in that I think they're actually counterproductive. I think sometimes they actually make things uglier rather than more beautiful. And I'm just wondering whether there's any possibility of relaxation setbacks, because if a block goes up to the road, it may be prudent to move the house closer to the road, closer than 6 metres.
Certainly, through you, Mr Mayor. So the amenity and aesthetics resolution sets out, I guess, setbacks.
Yep.
But if you comply with those setbacks, you don't need to refer that particular application to council. It's deemed to be complying and meeting our amenity and aesthetics expectations. In the event that you wish to do something that is different, less than the expected setbacks in the resolution, then they are the instances where we can have discretion on a case-by-case basis and make determination. And certainly in instances where it would be more beneficial or a better amenity and aesthetic outcome to allow something less than what the amenity and aesthetics resolution prescribes, then we would certainly have consideration for that in our assessment process.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if I may just give an example of that just very quickly so people can understand. If there is a street that already has sheds that are closer than the 15-metre setback required, and someone requests to relax that setback, we wouldn't not approve the new facility because it's in character with the rest of the street. But if everyone had the sheds set at a 15-metre setback and someone wanted to put it 6 metres from the front, we may have a problem with that. So it's that simple relation to the character of the area that determines a lot of the decision around this process.
Sometimes having a setback from the street of only 2 metres with a nice garden looks better than a setback of 6 metres,
yes,
or 10 metres with bare lawn.
That's,
and so if someone wants to move a house closer to the street, it's not necessarily contrary to good aesthetics. And there doesn't seem to be anything. There seems to be something in here about relaxing the height restrictions, but not the setback restrictions.
Through you, Mr Mayor, everything in the amenity aesthetics resolution based on height setbacks, all of those would be potentially up for discussion or consideration in terms of approving an acceptable outcome. So yes, to answer your question, we can have consideration and reduce setbacks, increase the height limit for these properties that are affected by flooding in order to produce something that is both beneficial to the customer but also achieves council's objectives.
Councillor.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I wasn't going to go into setbacks, but I will just quickly touch on it because driving around Brisbane, I was down there on the weekend, there's a lot of properties that are right up against the front fence even for their garages or carports or whatever. And I agree with the idea that 2 metres, 6 metres, often it can be better, but aesthetically, but also in this day and age when a lot of people don't like to just let their kids go and play in the front lawn because they like to keep an eye on them, I'd rather see people with a bigger back lawn that kids can play in. The other point there would be around if we're going to go for smaller blocks, which, let's face it, if not now, then at some point you're going to be able to do smaller and smaller blocks as the density of areas where we've got plumbing comes into account, then, I think maybe we should look at that sooner rather than later. I do wonder, the only instances I've seen around my place and talking with residents that have had to apply for setbacks to be, what do they call it, relaxation. I don't think I've known anyone that hasn't had it approved yet. And I just think, are we wasting our time and their money in something that we're quite okay with, generally anyway? So would you care to comment to that?
Do you want to talk about fine scheme?
I can. So through you, Mr Mayor, I can confirm that not all applications through this process have received approval. So and through some of the instances of applications, we actually negotiate with the customers and we end up reaching an agreed outcome that suits both through this process. So it's not just a matter of apply for the application and it's an automatic approval, that I can assure you. And we do have some customers who potentially are not overly happy with the outcome in some instances. In terms of the planning scheme, as I mentioned earlier, it's expected, I mean, the history of this particular document is that it came into play initially in 2013, reflecting the 2005 planning scheme, I guess, policy position of the council at that time in terms of what was expected for setbacks. That has migrated through the time. 2015 is the current version. We're looking to amend that today as part of the development of the new planning scheme. Then we will revisit policy in and around what are the current positions, expectations in setbacks, and that will obviously be reflected through the new planning scheme from that.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the A&A policy comes into play where the planning scheme doesn't cover the controls. So a lot of the controls that Councillor Devereux may be talking about are really planning scheme controls, and this policy comes into effect when there's a court-approved development, and we need to maintain or protect the aesthetics and amenity of the community.
Councillor Devereux.
Okay, I am going to go anecdotal here because I have had an instance with someone in my division who applied to do a renovation and were told no and they should do something else. They weren't given any sort of an idea of what. They went away, and it was the 3 times they got it redrawn up. And it had to do with setback and what's in the area. And yet when I went around their streets, there was a mix of brick and wood, and there was hardly anything that was consistent. And I just wonder, with exactly what Councillor Polly said, aesthetics are a personal opinion. And what I think is all right, someone else may not. And I do worry about the rubberiness of something like that, and whether it's more difficult for residents to know what they can and can't do in that respect.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we certainly encourage people in the early instances of proposing a particular development or addition or modification to their house, or a new, in fact, construction where it may not meet the accepted setback requirements in the amenity and aesthetics resolution. We encourage them to come and see us, and we have many discussions with ratepayers about what might be accepted in terms of a development or what might not be.
As I said, 3 applications and 3 plans, and they weren't told what to do to fix it. They were told to go away.
And I guess through you...
That was a little while ago.
I don't think they can answer that today, Councillor.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So my point is about the aesthetics, and I do worry that it's a bit rubbery, and as far as I'm concerned, if I want to build something on my block, as long as I comply with the setbacks and all the rest of it, it's up to me. I'm paying for it. So
through you, Mr. Mayor, if the council would like to present that to us as a question offline, we can investigate that particular matter and just provide some advice on what occurred.
Lovely, thank you. There's one final point, if I could. Just looking at this and looking at some of the other things in here, I just wonder if the language of it should be looked at. We've got concurrence agency, for example, was the one that I went finally and thought, well, why have we got that? I had to look it up. Concurrence, yeah. I mean, I know that at some point we were looking at our web page and basically having it rewritten for, I think they said like a year 5 level. And I just wonder if maybe this sort of thing should be as well. Is there any, in the new planning scheme, is there anything coming in with language and trying to keep it as simple as we can?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a fairly simple answer for us to provide. Yes, we are looking to write in what people would determine to be plain English, a simple version of the language. However, things like concurrency agency are determined by a legislative requirement that would ensure that we're not exposed when these terms get challenged in the Planning and Environment Court. A concurrency agency is just that. It is the simplest and easiest way of saying that it is a third party that we would refer the matter to for their discretion to provide us advice on.
Perhaps a glossary of terms then in each.
Yeah. There is often a definitions term. There is in this policy, there is a planning scheme. Concurrency agency may not be in those definitions, but we can definitely take that on board if councillors feel that that's something of relevance.
We don't have to do a motion for it though, do we?
No, you don't.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there before us. Is there someone to move? Councillor Stewart, Councillor Devray the second. Councillor Stewart speak.
Mr Mayor, it's good that there's going to be a bit more flexibility for people who are applying to make their houses more flood resilient, and I certainly would encourage staff to take those requests, those applications favourably. But yeah, so it's good to have flexibility for people in that, making their homes more flood resilient. So I'm happy to move.
Councillor Devray.
Nothing to say, I'm happy to second.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? The other speakers for? Councillor Stewart to close.
Nothing further to add, thanks.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.3, draft Wide Bay Burnett Regional Plan. NW Burns and Mr. Pickett.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Simon Kincherton is going to present this again. This has been a report that has been the subject matter of a workshop. We talked about council submission last time we came to the workshop. Simon's just bringing that back to the table.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Council will probably recall the workshop discussion we had on the 8th of February. So the regional plan is a change in style and character to the current regional plan. It's more of a economic development discussion about the opportunities in the region. It does flag some opportunities for Gympie, particularly potential for some industrial development at Curra, which we are very appreciative of the department including in the plan. So all in all, we've reviewed the plan. There are a number of matters we've raised in the attached submission. If I can just draw council's attention to the table that's part of the attachment. There's a number of items highlighted there. They reflect the conversation we had at the workshop. So matters raised with respect to the Gympie Hospital and with respect to dark sky matters out at Rainbow particularly, and Tin Can. So essentially we are supporting the regional plan. It's not perfect. We've raised a number of issues, but generally we think it allows us something that we can continue to work with the state on, and it will be an important element of state policy we incorporate into our new planning scheme. So with that, councillors, happy to take any questions.
Councillor Devray.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, just the first item, if anyone wants to follow, page 154, the focus of managing economic opportunities. Council supports the change in focus in the draft plan from previous formats on managing and controlling growth to a draft plan that articulates the benefits to the region from taking advantage of economic opportunities. However, it is recommended that the draft plan contain the traditional elements of regional planning, regional land use pattern, regional policies, and a process for the planning of future urban development areas. I'm just wondering if we're doing it one way and we're saying, but we also want to include this, are we creating too many hurdles for ourselves? Are we grabbing a packet mix and still wanting to add flour and sugar like we always have? So why haven't they included it if it's important, and why would we want to make it more complex if it's unnecessary?
Through you, Mr Mayor. I don't believe it makes it necessarily more complex. I think it actually simplifies to actually have a bit clearer statement about where growth is going to occur. One of the biggest challenges in if you like, or for local government is corralling investment in infrastructure, particularly from the state. We also make the comment later in the submission that we'd like an infrastructure plan to be part of this regional plan. The regional plan refers to preparing an infrastructure plan, but it doesn't include it. Our view is that having a stronger spatial element, saying here's where growth is actually going to go, makes it easier for the state and us to know where infrastructure should be going. And
so there's no idea about where things are going to go in it?
Not in terms of growth, no. It talks very generally about where urban consolidation should occur and where growth should occur, but not specifically in math.
I thought that was what it was all about.
Well, through Mr Mayor, traditionally, if you look at the current Wide Bay Regional Plan, it is more of that flavour. This is a bit of a departure. They sort of base this one, as we understand it, more on the North Queensland Regional Plan, which was about, I suppose, catching any opportunities that came by for North Queensland, which is, you know, in that circumstance, probably very appropriate, given where they are and the challenges they face. They've applied that similar logic to this one, and it's not all bad. We support it generally, but we think if, with a few tweaks, it can catch some of those more traditional land use planning things as well. And we've suggested that we will work with the department to do that.
Thank you very much. Just also in terms of digital connectivity, Elon Musk's, what do they call it? Starlink. I checked it out. At the moment, Australia is, our whole region's covered by it. So connectivity-wise, we now have it, don't we?
Again, through you, Mr Mayor, one of the point we made with digital connectivity is we're supportive of the state's ambition to improve digital connectivity. We see that as critical. The point we raise is that neither the state nor council has very much power in that space. So that's the complication. So again, we're kind of, certainly we can advocate, and council has in the past, and no doubt will continue in the future. But in terms of the regional plan, we're just making the point that we have fairly limited power beyond essentially ensuring that the development, subdivision, things we approve have the pits and ducts and things to make it all possible. But then we kind of wait for a long time for anyone to, from the NBN to roll out.
Yeah. Just wondering if we've got connectivity everywhere now because of that, is it really a problem?
Again, through Mr Mayor,
it also depends on the degree of connectivity. If you go out west, you might as well throw your phone away and take some pigeons. So you may be able to have that, satellite coverage for, say, data, but without a satellite phone, there's still an element lacking. And I think that's probably part of the focus of the reference. Is that right, Mr.
Who makes calls?
It's not too sure to put all my eggs in one basket of Mr Musk anyway.
Now, what's the dark sky area?
Coast.
So through Mr Mayor, the dark sky provisions relate to a band along the coast where they're looking to reduce the amount of light overspill, light pollution that might impact upon nesting shorebirds or nesting turtles. That's the objective. We would like just to, I suppose, have a look at those provisions, and they've included some outcomes that development should achieve. We would just like to spend a bit of time with the department refining those to make sure that what is reasonably expected in terms of development in our coastal area can continue. And yes, we may need to modify lighting to some extent, and that's all achievable. We'd just like to spend a bit of time with the state to fine-tune those provisions.
Will this impact tourism?
Through Mr Mayor, look, we're trying to avoid impacting development negatively. We think there's a balance that can be struck between how we manage lighting and how the impacts we can have on wildlife. So from my airport background, I know we manage lighting in a particular way to avoid light overspill and glare and all the rest of it, because that impacts on pilots. Certainly there are ways and means of doing it. We'd just like to talk to the state about making sure that what council regards as reasonable and acceptable development can still continue.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it wouldn't significantly impact tourism in our municipality. It may in others, however.
Councillor Becker.
Thank you very much. Through the Mayor, final question from me. Potential agricultural expansion areas. I was under the impression that there was already sort of an overlay for farming areas, that you can't use good farming land and so forth. I mean, I know it says expansion. How does that, because they're not talking land clearing, obviously.
Through Mr Mayor, one of the problems we've highlighted is that at the moment with the regional plan introduces priority agricultural areas, also introduces the potential agricultural expansion areas, the PAEA. They go now sitting on, and they're coming under the regional Planning Interest Act, not the Planning Act, which is confusing in itself because they then slotted into a regional plan under the Planning Act. We also have under the Planning Act, we have our state layers with respect to good quality agricultural land, classes A through D. And we also have important agricultural areas. So one of the things we had a discussion with the department last week, because again, whilst it's a problem in the regional plan, it's a problem in our plan scheme as well. So trying to solve both of those. We are having some discussions now with the Department of Agriculture and also the Department of Planning to try and rationalise their 4 layers into one that actually is a coherent trigger for some added level of assessment. Because at the moment it's very confusing and we're trying to streamline that into 1 layer, not 4. So we've raised in this submission again because one of the issues is in the text of the document it refers to a potential agricultural expansion area between Gympie and Bundaberg.
That's right, yeah.
But it's not mapped.
Yes.
So I'm not sure where they're looking. And to be honest, there's a lot of that land in that track hasn't got much agricultural value at all. Some of it has, but not all. So it's something to sort out.
My concern would be from a local council point of view and a ratepayer point of view, is if they suddenly identify land that we've got all the plumbing going to, and suddenly they say, no, that's agricultural land, and suddenly we've got the ratepayer has to fork out to have the plumbing go somewhere else. So, yeah, I do have concerns around that sort of thing. That's why I'm just wondering. Thank you.
It would need to go through rural res land before it got to rural, generally speaking. So, then, yeah, if a council invested to take the water and sewage out there, it'd be a jet patcher decision.
No, wouldn't get to.
Councillor Stewart.
Just thinking about that future agricultural land type thing, I think it's really about possibilities where agriculture could be more intensive rather than, so it's a bit different to, it's looking forward rather than looking back to, oh, this is supposedly good land. I think that's the different emphasis there, but it's still a bit confusing, yeah.
Well, if he's confused, I've got no chance.
Councillor Polly?
Let's check, read the report. What's the highlighted yellow bits? Why
So,
highlighted?
in the highlighted bits, they're the issues, they're just purely to flag those. They're the issues that were raised in the discussion on the 8th.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
So
okay.
they're just a flag that they've been addressed.
Okay.
And we've added provisions.
Yeah.
In the letter.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I recognised all of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I ask a question then? It's good, we done it, we submitted?
Not yet.
Well, yes, by Friday, yes, but what's the, any guarantee from the government to come back to us and goes, oh, we'd like to talk about these things, or I can just go, thanks very much, and go off?
Through Mr. Mayor, we have already spoken with the departmental officers running the program. In fact, we've been engaging with those guys the last 2 years, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Yeah, at least 2. So we had a discussion with the officers again last week. And they are aware of the issues that this council was considering following the workshop. So we believe we've got a good level of cooperation and traction with those people. So we will be submitting it, they're expecting it, and then we'll work through the issues we've raised with them. And I can't promise you we'll get everything we're asking for, but we've got a good relationship with the people that we've built up over the last couple of years. So I'm confident we can progress our interests.
Look, I was just going to make a comment. It seemed very nice. I would like to have seen some heads banged a little bit harder. But you know, if you've got a rapport going,
yeah. Sometimes we go hard. Sometimes we it depends on the circumstance.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm presuming Councillor Poll is referring to us banging heads with the state rather than the other way around. But it is worth commenting on something Mr. Kenching said. They have been very proactive recently in seeking our feedback and wanting to ensure that we are making the submission and wanted to know what was in our submission. This plan has been received amongst the Wide Bay Burnett community. and there has been significant feedback, and the state government were very keen on understanding what we were going to say. And so we anticipate that they will be quite forthcoming in terms of coming back to us once we've provided that information.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Frederick?
A little bit concerned about our response in terms of, under the title Need for Certainty regarding directions for urban, rural and rural res. We're saying to them the draft plan should identify there is no need for more land to be zoned for rural res. The general consensus in the valley is that they haven't got enough rural res opportunity given the 100 hectare minimum. So basically, at least in parts of the region, I'm talking about the one I know best, the Mary Valley, I believe there is need for more land to be zoned for rural res. Can this be amended to open up that window, or are we stuck with this statement?
Through Mr Mayor, what we've commented on there is we've got, I think it's about 7,000 hectares of rural res zone land, of the order of that magnitude anyway. We have a lot. The objective of the regional plan was, in respect to rural areas, was to try and promote agriculture and rural business and a proliferation of rural res is somewhat at odds with that.
Mr Mayor, can I go on from that then? Because we also say the draft plan should contain a footprint to identify the maximum extent of rural res development to avoid the adverse impacts on rural production, scenic amenity and natural environment. Now, just taking that apart one by one, number of genuine rural producers in the Mary Valley is a minority. If you can make money out of farming, you're better than most people I know. Great out west, but honestly, doing cattle, if you haven't got 1,000 head, you can't make real money. So I do question the obsession with keeping land locked up in the Mary Valley for rural production on a vast scale. Scenic amenity, quite frankly, I don't know that we can say that rural res is ugly. And natural environment, my observation is that rural res residents are much more interested in planting trees for koalas than farmers are. So I see real conflict in that we're telling them that we want them to avoid the adverse impacts such as those things, because none of them ring true to me from a practical point of view. And in terms of the rural res land, if we've got 1 million acres of it, could you just redistribute it away from where you don't think it should be and put it in the Mary Valley? Because if the Mary Valley is good for one thing, it's a fantastic place to live. And a lot of people have asked me about the future for some controlled rural res subdivision. I'm not saying what size, but if you look at Carter's Ridge, all those sort of places, it does work in that people want to come here for the rural lifestyle. The Mary Valley's got it all. It conflicts with this statement that we're making. If you can, is it locked in, or can we be flexible, and can we also get over this belief that everyone should be a farmer?
Through you, Mr Mayor, this is our submission. It is not locked in. Councillors can, this is what the officers have put forward. Councillors can resolve, you'd have to do it through the resolution to amend any statements that are in here. Essentially, we are seeking guidance on the matter of rural res. It is a significant discussion point that we are anticipating for our own planning scheme, where we can still make the considerations that Councillor Fredman is referring to, and recognise that. But one of the things that we will be saying to councillors when we come back with that paper, and it's one of the study papers in terms of our planning scheme is that we have almost 8,000 hectares of hectares? Hectares of rural res. It is spread out through the municipality. Ironically enough, Simon and I had a fairly rigorous debate yesterday about bringing that together or putting it in the right place, I think was the term that we used between ourselves. Because we get consideration and requests for rural res all the time. But rural res comes with its own infrastructural challenges and its own challenges of addressing the community. Councillor Fredman is probably not wrong in that there is some scope within the Mary Valley for additional rural res. But once you do it there, then you get people in Curra saying, can we have more rural res? We have more people in Kilkeven saying, can we have more rural res? We have more people in Wallooga saying, can we have more rural res? So it's something that council needs to consider more formally. And it is, as I'm seeing hands go up, a really contentious issue. And it will be significantly addressed during our planning scheme debates, both at a workshop level and then as part of our policy paper for the planning scheme. In this instance, we are seeking some clarity from the state on their position, but if you wish to change that statement, you can do so.
Just to clarify, if this letter goes the way it is, there is still opportunity and framework to deal with the matters that Councillor Fredman has brought up in our planning scheme review.
Through you, Mr Mayor, 100%.
Are you satisfied with that, Councillor Fredman, or you'd like some?
Mr Mayor, I don't like sending responses which I believe aren't correct. The easy way out of it is to delete the second half of that paragraph on the need for certainty. I've got no problem with the need for certainty, but I don't believe it's correct to say there's no need for more land for his own rural res. We could reinterpret that. Is it in the right place? But in the valley where you've got Dagan, Amamore, Kandanga, Imbil and Bruloo, you've got settlements that facilitate rural res and that are traditionally rural res. So if you could change that, either delete the second half or change it to consider a redistribution. And the last sentence does worry me about the state government putting a footprint on where we can have rural res. I think we can do it better ourselves. And rural production's massive. I know in the Bundaberg region, I just can't see the Mary Valley becoming a Bundaberg. In fact, quite the opposite. I can see it as a great place for retired people from Bundaberg to come and live. So either I'm asking, can the second half be deleted or otherwise reworded to reflect the reality of life here in Gympie region?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we do have a couple of comments there. One, going back to your question, Mr Mayor, if the state government received this submission and then determined that they are going to draw a hard line around the rural res locations, we will not be able to address it within our planning scheme. We'll be stuck with that hard line. That's the first point. The second point, in terms of Councillor Fredman, yes, of course, we can change it if council wishes to change it. But in terms of redistribution, it's a nice thought. We would like to do it in some ways, but you need to realise that essentially you are taking that opportunity away from someone if we redistribute it. So it's very difficult to take it away once we've given it. So that's it would be a very difficult decision for council to follow that path of saying, oh, your property is no longer rural res anymore, unless it was enhanced to another higher order level of urban density. So there are some considerations, and again, it's a vigorous debate that will occur, I believe, as part of our planning scheme.
So to facilitate the changes, would Councillor Fredman need to move an amendment to the recommendation that outlined those changes, or is it enough for staff to get an understanding from council here today as to what changes we'd like to make in that recommendation?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's our belief that because the recommendation is to adopt this submission, you would need to move an amendment to the resolution to reflect the change in the submission.
Is that something you intend to do, Councillor President?
Absolutely, Mr Mayor. To make it easy, as I say, just delete the last 3 or 4 sentences would do the job. I appreciate this is early days, and I was only suggesting that we rearrange the rural res to address the issue that we've got too much overall. I can't agree more. It's best not to take things away from people. So what I'm suggesting is a motion would be to delete in that paragraph, need for certainty regarding directions, to delete the from that sentence, the draft plan should, : 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2. Yeah, so from the draft plan should onwards, it just makes it clean, it doesn't upset me, and it doesn't upset the people of the Mary Valley.
But it puts the issue on the agenda at least anyway.
So you foreshadow?
Yeah.
Rural res, yes, that's part of the planning scheme, for sure.
Good. Let's do it.
So just check, you're happy with the amendment there, Councillor Friedman? Have we finished it up on?
Foreshadowing or moving?
Did you want me to type that in full?
We probably need it in full so we can ensure that there's some clarity around it.
Basically finish that paragraph at the words WBB landscape.
He's at the
I believe Councillor Milne's got a hand up too, Mr Mayor.
No, Councillor Spurgeon, you go.
I was taken aback just that Councillor Freeman actually acknowledged that the West is better in some areas. Glad to see.
It is a first, it is a first.
You've got it on the live stream, you can play it over and over.
Thought of that. You state that we have 7,700 hectares of rural res. That's
somewhere around there.
That has to be developed yet, or is currently being developed, or partly developed, or?
Through Mr Mayor, it's varying rates. Some of it hasn't been developed, some of it probably won't ever get developed.
Is some of it actually not suitable for rural res?
Correct.
Because, you know, in the past we've been told we've got plenty of industrial land, but when it's actually said and done, some of it's nowhere near suitable for industrial land.
There was clearly some land to you, Mr Mayor, that is not suitable for rural res, but it'd be a braver man than me that would tell the landowners that.
So Councillor Friedman?
Just lose my hair, that's all, Mr Mayor.
I think it's gone.
Look, I believe it is our job to do that, so we would do it, but...
Well, no, I think I've covered it. If we end up with a workshop, because our people at Curra as well have that same problem that Councillor Fedman was talking about. And you can drive along a road and one half is rural res and the other half is rural. These guys can see them subdivide and we can't, and you know, and a lot of it out there is changed without their knowledge by state anyway. So
next door, Councillor.
That can be addressed during the planning scheme.
Yeah.
Councillor Mill and then Councillor Stewart.
Just a question, going back to this plan, like I said, it's toward economic development when it's traditionally planning. And my understanding is that the plan itself is only addressing elements of planning in general. It's not covered by any other plan. So that's why it's got little gaps and you can't have everything in it. Bringing up that it doesn't have the traditional elements of the, like, you know, land use patterns, regional policies and processes, is that actually creating a gap for us from a regional perspective on how we do our planning? Because we could do our planning on our region, but if you put the way, Burnett region, that's a bigger picture. I mean, we can't just bubble ourselves and go, well, we'll plan in here without the bigger picture, view, because that's what we should be doing. So is that going to create a gap?
So, through Mr Mayor, it's a gap, but it's also an opportunity. It gives us the opportunity to set some policy direction locally and interpret what they're suggesting with a bit more latitude perhaps. So it's an opportunity. It is, you know, if you bring your traditional plans out where you like to have a nice clear line and some clear direction, it's different. Not necessarily a bad thing, it's a different thing. That's really what we're trying to point out.
Councillor Stewart.
I was trying to say this about 5 minutes ago, so it's a bit late in some ways, but with the rural res, there's also a lot of rural blocks that are essentially rural res. And mine's a classic example of that. And it makes sense for my area to be rural res because it's flood free, and once the bypass is built, it will have flood free access to Gympie. I don't want it to happen because I like my neighbour having 30 acres that can't be subdivided. but there is, and then yet there's areas nearby which are zone rural res which flood. So it does need to be looked at in that way. This document does not contain much detail in terms of that planning scheme type things. Does give us the opportunity to do it ourselves, and I think that's probably a good thing. Yeah, it could give us the general guidelines, but then it's up to us to decide where rural res is and where everything else is.
Thought we'd snuck through there, Councillor Decker.
Sorry.
All right.
Through the Mayor, could you just explain to me what a priority living area is, firstly?
So, through Mr Mayor, Priority Living Area is another device under the Regional Planning Interests Act. So if you recall, about this time last year, we were debating with the state on moving RA restricted area 284, 384, I always get that wrong, 384, where essentially mining or new mining activity was prohibited. And we had this big shape under the big area designated under the Regional Planning Interest Act. What they've done now is in the regional plan, they're updating, because RA 384 applied to half of Queensland. It was a big thing, was just added in, I think it was added in 2013 to try and address concerns around coal seam gas extraction. So they put this big area where you couldn't do any mining, exploration or new activity. So they've taken it basically from that Regional Planning Interest Act and they've inserted it in the regional plan. So it picks up basically all of our townships and Gympie. There are a couple of rural res areas we think they should have picked up at Chatsworth and at Mother Mountain. There's also, we wanted to pick up our potential industrial stuff at Curra and the rural res at Curra. So that's, again, we've flagged it with them. When we had the debate with them last year about RA 384, they did say they would look at those other areas, and they have, I think we recommended about a dozen or 15 additions to what they were doing last year. They've done all bar 3 of them.
Kandanga?
Kandanga's covered. Yep. So we're basically, we've got, I think, 12 out of the 15 we asked for, and these last 3 are the, I suppose, just another debate to have.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
And through you, Mr Mayor, in Councillor's plain English, it's where people are supposed to live.
Yeah. It's a priority to live there.
Priority to live in area. It's where, you know, the plans basically would prefer us to put the people.
Any other questions, councillors? Just have a comment. I know this has been a considerable body of work, and I think based on our results, when you compare other local government entities that may not look upon their outcomes as favourable as we do, I understand there are some opportunities, as Mr. Kitchen pointed out, but I think it's been a long slog. It's been 2 years or more of hard work from both sides of this organisation to achieve what I think is a really good outcome, and an outcome on a level that we haven't seen before, particularly around the work that was done with that industrial area at Curra. We haven't seen the collaboration between this local government and the state on a level like that, where we've delivered that outcome that So I just want to pass on my appreciation to the team through Mr Burns and you, Mr Kitchington. I think it's been a very good outcome, and when the other local government entities' concerns come to light, I think councillors here will see that our staff and our organisation has performed exceptionally well, and we should be very proud of our outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
We have a recommendation there, an amended motion that has been moved by Councillor Fredman. We are looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Stewart. I'll ask Councillor Fredman to speak.
I think we've said enough. I'd like to endorse the fact that we are having some impact in influencing the state government, and congratulations, but keep your foot flat to the floor, please.
Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, thank you for putting this recommendation together. Thank you for taking on board concerns of councillors and suggestions that some of us put to you. So, yeah, happy to second.
Two speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Milne.
I'd just like to reflect that it is evidence that this isn't an organisational response, even though it's predominantly been formed by it. It actually has a lot of councillors and community input to do with that. So I'm really pleased to see that the input that we've had put in there, especially with dark sky for my area, but I have been ensured that it can be managed around, so I haven't been too fighting about it. But yeah, it is a big concern. So this is a holistic approach, and look, I do see that it is not traditional in a sense, but as you pointed out, there may be opportunities in what we, not having what we usually do have. So I'm kind of excited in that way, because we're doing our planning scheme as well, so it will go hand in hand. So I'm happy to have this endorsed and go off.
Any other speakers for or against? Just like to encourage councillors to support the work the staff have done. As Mr Kitchington pointed out, that we've developed a strong working relationship with the state over the last couple of years, and the limited number of the concerns that we have to raise with the state, I think, highlights the relationship that we have and the great work that has been done, and it's a really good result for the region, and encourage councillors to support the recommendation. We'll go to Councillor Fredman to close.
Nothing more to add.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.4, draft infrastructure charges discount policy. Back over to you, Mr Burns.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, this is a fairly straightforward one. Another one that we have workshopped with councillors. Mr Kitchington is also responsible for this particular document. In essence, we have a process where we considered discounts to our infrastructure charges policy, which we adopted earlier this year, to support community groups within our community where they own or the land or the property that they are seeking to develop. It's essentially aimed at not-for-profits, and council believes that we should discount to those groups because of the community benefit they provide. And this report basically outlines how that will work, and outlines that it brings this particular charge into parity with the building certification and plumbing application discounts that are applied, and also in line with our grants policy. Mr Kitchington and I can answer any questions that may be raised, and we're happy to talk about it.
Any questions, Councillor Collins?
Just trying to confirm, so, because I'd heard about the 60% before, so we were giving some discounts, now we're giving just a broad scope of discounts? That's what...
Through you, Mr Mayor, we have an infrastructure charge resolution. That means that if you're doing some major development, there's an infrastructure charge notice that gets given to you. Previously, there was no mechanism for that to be discounted. So if you were the men's shed in Kalula and you decided to build something, you would pay the full infrastructure charge, which could be thousands of dollars. And so this provides a discount.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just add that we discounts were given on building and planning DA fees, but not the infrastructure charge fee.
Right.
So this is the difference, as bringing the infrastructure charge into parity with what we've already been doing for many years on building applications and development applications.
Right, okay, and you said not-for-profit, so it includes, I suppose, a charity, something that's DGR status?
So what we've, through you, Mr Mayor, what we've done is identified in I think it's paragraph 4 of the policy, the eligible groups. So it's registered charities, and we've used the same definition there that council uses in its grants policy. So if you're a charity, the grants policy, you're a charity. So we tried to be consistent. And then we've also, in a similar way, looked at the types of projects that are acceptable. Eligible projects are defined as well. And one of the key issues there is the ownership of the project has to do with either the council, state government or the community group itself. So we're not, if you like, discounting the embellishment of private property. We're trying to avoid that.
Yeah. Right. So one final question. No, it's a bit hard, but how much money are we making by, not-for-profits doing applications? We charge them a fee. Does that convert to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands every year, or it's minimal income on the 40% or whatever it is that we're still trying?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think we'd have to take that on notice. Part of this policy is that we will actually report that figure to you on an annual basis now. If Councillor Polly's question relates to building and plumbing applications and development approval fees, as well as what would be the infrastructure charges, I think we would have to take that on notice and go away and calculate that. We haven't calculated it, and historically it hasn't been reported to council, although there is some discussion that it is essentially a grant. So we are planning to report it, and we'll be working with finance. But if I offered to answer that, Deb might have a fit.
Is that something you desperately need, Councillor Polly?
I'm just thinking, I know the fantastic work that these community groups do and the value they add to the community. If it's not much, why give them 60%? Just give them the whole 100%, because we get more value than the few dollars we earn. That's probably what I'm thinking about. Unless it was a few $100,000, we might think twice about giving them the 100%. But I was just sort of thinking, if it was chicken feed, petty cash. When you look at the fact that we give leases out for $120 a year, if we're not losing that much money, give them the 100%, because we'll get that back. But then I don't want to give money away for free, but I don't know.
A general rule, you could very easily assume that the value to the community is exponentially more than the cost of the infrastructure charges. When you look at our community in particular, it's a strong fabric that people care about one another. In times of difficulty and trouble, people come together, support one another in so many different ways, and they do that even in day-to-day life with groups like Give You Medical Transport, Little Haven Palliative Care, and so many others. So if that's the basis for an argument to an amendment to this policy to go from 60% to 100%, I would suggest you, even without going to finance, that they provide far more value to our region than the physical number of the dollars. But to utilise that for this recommendation, we either need to lay it on the table until you've got those numbers, or do you want to move an amendment to it?
I suspect that Mr Burns is an educated man and could have a good shot in the dark and go to limb and go, yeah, out of the 500 applications we had last year, 2 were not-for-profits or whatever. It could be a lot. Either it's lots or it's very minimal. If it's minimal, I think we'd make an amendment. If it's lots, I'm happy to lay on the table and come back. But I suppose that's what I was thinking. But
we did discuss this.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I don't remember an actual figure. We talked percentages. We didn't talk about how much money we would or wouldn't be losing.
We talked about the 100% discount. And is that something councillors would like to adopt?
Through you, Mr.
An amendment to that.
What are the off-target?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may just be as I would like to just catch this one. In some essences, this report is about infrastructure charges. It doesn't talk about development and plumbing applications. If we applied 100% in this instance, the parity argument would be that we should also apply to development applications and plumbing applications as well. There are some other conditions around the plumbing applications, the building applications, and this policy as well in regard to pokies and bars in those community groups, where the discount is less. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Polly, I could probably have a guess at the DAs. I'd say somewhere in the region of maybe 10% of the 227 or whatever it was that we approved as straight DAs, not plan surveys or change applications last year, would relate to a not-for-profit. But the values within this policy are up to $20,000. So if you said, you know, say 20 of those, you're talking maybe anything up to $400,000. It's highly likely to be less than that, but it will be in the tens of thousands. But I can't give you a figure.
Councillor Devereux?
I don't see, well, I know we discussed this in the workshop briefing, but I don't think we should give away our staff time for free necessarily. I think that's something that's important. Often these things are done with grants and so forth, so there is money coming in that's not necessarily out of their pockets. I do get it would be nice to be able to just give everything, but I think there has to be some sort of a line in place.
I agree, because I didn't know what the figure was.
Yeah.
What he's saying there is a jet patcher.
Yeah.
So are you
It's just going to keep going.
I'm happy
Were you
with this.
suggesting an increase to that to
I
70 or 80?
would love to be able to say, you know, free, but I think there needs to be some sort of a line. Certainly, if we go for this and leave it as it is, we could come back to it in a year's time and go, well, what was the amount that we paid out? You know, can we relook at that? But
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the report does suggest that we will report that to you on an annual basis across all categories. So council will have that information in the future.
Councillor Jensen?
Yeah, we're at Levi currently applying for a grant, and I told them about the 60% and all that. This is the gambling fund, and when I spoke to them on the phone, they said we're better off adding that on and not even asking for the 60%. So that's what you're saying, like it's just, we're getting it anyway, it's on the grant, so,
Yeah.
and we've got to make money
That's right.
for Jet Patcher.
So there's no amendments from councillors?
No.
We've got a recommendation there. Any other questions?
Leave it.
Right,
sorry, I'm sorry. I
You've got some questions, councillor Devereux?
Only one, and I think it's not really an issue, but I just want to make sure. On the first page, we've got where possible, council is committed to assisting. And I thought, well, if people, I thought maybe it was something that a staff member would decide on whether or not someone gets it. But in reality, if they meet the criteria, they are eligible for the discount. Because I was going to say, should we allow for rejections to come back to elected council if any applicant requests it? But if it's just a matter of if you hit these criteria, you get it, then no, we don't need that. So.
Through Mr. Mayor, I mean, at this stage, we've identified eligibility criteria for both the organisation and the project. So we think if people can address that, we're asking as part of the process they address those criteria. I suppose with all applications to council, it is open for council to ask for it to be referred to council.
But if they meet the criteria, is there another level where people go?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I'm assuming that the Councillor Devereux is referring to the section under number 2 report, in the second line at the bottom of page 48 of the agenda, I think it is, where possible council is open to assisting these groups. In some ways, it is semantics, and it's where the report was written. You could just delete. I mean, it's not in part of the resolution, but for councillors' clarity, you could just delete where possible. Council is open to assisting these groups. We're saying that we're open to assisting these groups. That's what the policy is about. We're open to assisting these groups. And yes, when you apply the policy, if you meet the criteria, we're not going to say you've met the criteria, we're not going to give you the discount. If you meet the criteria, you get the discount.
That's what I eventually figured out. Thank you. I just wanted clarity. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stewart.
I was just going to follow up.
Right, okay. Any other questions, comments, councillors? We have a recommendation there before us. Is there someone to move? Councillor Smoot, someone to second. Councillor Wardle. Councillor Smoot to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's good to see this motion come to council. I think this is one area where the policy needed to be defined better, because it makes it easier for staff now to work out who is eligible and who isn't eligible. And it just makes it easier for the community organisations as well to know that they are eligible for that grant. So happy to move.
Councillor Wardle.
Yeah, I think it's a fair recommendation. There's only so much you can hand over on a silver platter. So this is great.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Polley.
I'm just glad to see the way the council has been assisting these organisations and expanding the scope of that. It's great. And I'm glad that we can get to review it next year, so all for the report as it is.
Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Smoot opposed. With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.5. Community Grants Program Funding Recommendation. Again.
Through you, Mr Mayor, this is a fairly straightforward one. We just were talking about the resolution earlier this year where we adopted and endorsed the community grants guidelines. As part of that, there was a rolling grant round. That rolling grant round is open for applications until the funds are expended. This is just the latest recommendation in that grant round. I wasn't sure that Ms Stark was here because we've gone on a little bit today in terms of the length of the meeting. So this is simply that we're seeking a recommendation that Council endorses a grant to the Gympie Aero Club for $4,024. We're happy to answer questions, and Ms Stark's here to assist me on that if necessary, but otherwise the recommendation is there as it stands. The project is a display of model aircraft and the like.
Any questions, councillors? Pretty straightforward. I think it's a great outcome. The Aero Club have done a number of open days before. They do a wonderful job and a huge turnout for the community. So great to see a lot of events being attracted back to our region. And we have a recommendation there, councillors. Is there someone to move? Oh, straight out of the box. Here we go again. Councillor Jensen to move, Councillor Fredman to second. Councillor Jensen to speak.
Yeah, they do a really good job with their community events, so that's great. Happy to move.
Councillor Fredman.
I think we've got to support some activity out there. They've had a few setbacks in recent times at the airport. I think what I like about these, of course, I'll be able to watch it with a pair of binoculars. And it's recommended for everyone to come out and have a look. These people are passionate, and it's heritage on display, and it's high quality heritage, so it's a good move.
Two speakers on recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Jensen to close.
Nothing more to add.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Mr Stark, Mr Burns. We might, given we've got a very full day today, we might break for lunch, so we don't send people to the exhaustion level before we deal with Section B infrastructure services. So we'll adjourn the meeting until 1 o'clock or a bit after 1. We'll get back and do it again. 10 past 1 if we can. Yes. we'll continue our lengthy meeting today. We've got a number of items to get through. We'll continue with item 8.1, proposed renewal of trustee lease to Gympie Touch Association. I'll hand over to the, I know it's the three amigos. You were a dynamic duo, and now Mr. O'Byrne's joined the crew, so we'll let you lead them through.
Sorry, excuse me, it's the Three Musketeers, not amigos.
That's the bottom.
Stooges.
Please, councillor.
Stooges.
Soggy bottom, boys.
Good afternoon, councillors. What we have is a number of leases for renewal. The first one is from Gympie Touch Association. They have a lease over just the Gympie Touch building. We've had no issues in the past, and we recommend that their lease be renewed as per the report.
Any questions, councillor? It's pretty straightforward. We have a recommendation there before us. Someone to move, Councillor Debray, Councillor Wardock to second, Councillor Debray speak.
I really pleased to be able to this up. It's great to see the sports in Gympie going ahead still after all the trouble we've had. And yeah, anything we can do to support them is just agreeing to this. Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Wardock.
Yeah, historically they've been a good tenant, so have to continue down the track.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any others for? Councillor Debray to close.
Nothing to say.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 8.2, proposed renewal of trustee lease to Cooloola Post Care Association. I'll hand back over to you, Mr. French.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, just a renewal of an existing lease. Again, no problems with the lessee, and it's supported by staff for the renewal.
Any questions, councillors?
So, small question. Like you see on the map, you've got the defined area. No, that's it. I'm assuming that Tinkham Bay Menchett has their defined area. So there's probably going to be a little bit of narrow strip of land between that. Is that no man's land that just becomes council's responsibility? Or do those clubs look after the bit in between? Or do they actually butt up against each other?
No, there'd be a section through there that allows access to either lease coming through from the car park there.
Okay, so that's remains council's responsibility?
Yes, I believe there may be a sewer mains running through there. I'm not sure of that, but yeah, but it's council's responsibility, the leases.
Any other questions, councillors? Have a recommendation there before us. Someone to move. Councillor Polly, someone to second. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Polly to speak.
No, it's just good to see it going ahead. We've got somebody on it for another 10 years looking after our land for us. Fantastic. Happy to move.
Councillor Stewart.
Thanks further to add. Good group.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Polly to close.
Happy to move.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 8.3, proposed renewal of lease, Rotary Club of Gympie Incorporated. You again, Mr. French?
Another site that's up for renewal with the two clubs joining to become one club. We've had a number of consultations with this group and with the adjacent lessees, the woodworkers, and they've shown that they still require that same area, and they have further improvements planned. So support it.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Debray.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I just noticed that this lease butts right up against, or seems to, the building of the woodworkers.
The boundary does.
Yeah.
But the building, the two buildings itself don't, sorry.
No, the boundary of the lease.
Yes.
How does that work?
For what the Rotary Club wishes to do is have a drive-through, the existing shed to be drive-through so they can pick up stored items. They would then have approximately 6 or so metres of open area between any future developments and there for the vehicle to drive through. Building requirements require
6 metres.
6 metres between buildings. So it works.
And it doesn't cause any issues with the woodworkers? They're not going to stop them from having access to the site? Because I think they've got a door there or something, haven't they?
Could be.
No, I'm not aware of any issues we've discussed with them.
Good.
No.
Getting along. Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Wardock?
I noticed that the Rotary Club put a fence out the back so that none of the others could drive through and use it as a drive-through access. There's a bit of a misunderstanding, disagreement or something there, and they weren't sort of open to share the space.
Mr Mayor, historically there may have been some issues in the past, and that's why the fence was erected, but I think that's all gone now. There's, as in the problems, they get on quite well, and woodworkers support Rotary with the Quilt Spectacular and different events, and likewise the way around, so it's a good relationship there now. We've had a number of meetings with both groups about the site and how it's best works for those groups, as well as potentially, other groups that may use that site.
Yeah, good, thank you.
And the next report deals in part with that area in question.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Have a recommend.
I do have a question, but it's more of a general one, if that's okay. If you want to shut it down, I don't mind.
No, definitely.
I have concerns regarding what space we have for this sort of thing. So where we lease a bit of land, they can put up a building. We've got
the answer, Councillor Deborah, was not enough.
Yes, that's where he went. And also with the mix of what we're getting at the different places. So, for example, we've got, the camera club, the woodworkers, and then we've got the Rotary. The Rotary, are these storage sheds, more or less?
Primarily storage, yes.
Yeah, and then we've got over at like Cartwright, and we've got the Scouts, we've got tennis, we've got, I think 8 Ball recently got a lease, and then there's also a storage shed for Lions, isn't it? It just seems to me that having storage sheds amongst the activities is an odd thing to do.
Through you, Mr Mayor, my understanding is the Lions shed at Reg English was a sublease through the tennis club many years ago.
Right.
And to get it through, I understand it was because they also have, meetings there, barbecues, etc. So that met the purpose of the reserve.
Right. Okay. Well, fair enough.
I'll just add some more information. Particularly in this site up here, there is a need. There was an overall master plan. That master plan has some issues now around overlay mapping. But I think it's something we do need to look at in the future because we do have a lot of community groups. They either need storage or a place to meet. I know the woodworkers are doing a wonderful job as a club. Their membership is going through the roof. Their biggest growth, I think, last time I spoke to someone, I think they had 20 new members and about 15 were female. So they're sort of broadening their base and like you say, having that space for everyone to come and meet. I think having storage plus activity can have a benefit in that when you have that constant activity, it limits the opportunity for people to come and thieve things and break in. So I think they can live side by side, but it requires some good planning and historically we haven't been good at that. It's been
I suppose
piecemeal.
My concern is that when you've got activities like the woodworkers and the photography club, you've got parking issues. And if you pour money into parking, a storage place doesn't need much parking. So I think, you're better off having the parking and only pay for it once where there's a lot of clubs rather than got to pay for it over there, pay for it over there and pay for it over there if you start putting in your storage stuff in those spots. So that was one of my concerns. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Any other questions, councillors? Have a recommendation there before us. Someone to move. Councillor Jensen, Councillor Deborah to second. Councillor Jensen to speak.
Rotary do a good job, especially with the Quilt Spectacular. Happy to move.
No bites there, okay. Councillor Deborah.
They also look after the Donald Sutherland grave, I believe. They do a good job. Yeah.
2 speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Jensen to close.
Happy to move.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 8.4, proposed renewal of lease for the Gympie District Woodworking Club Incorporated. Thank you, Mr. French.
Yeah, we've had a lot of consultation with the woodworkers, trying to best fit their needs as well as around a site that there is considerable demand for. As per the aerial there shows the two additional areas that'd be included to the lease. This in part formalises some of the areas they're already utilising and gives the growth, gives space for the club to grow.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Smith?
Mr. French, in light of what the us and the mayor has just shared with us, are they actually breaking their lease by allowing females to be present? The board members?
I wish to take that, Councillor.
Councillor Jensen, have you got a question?
Yeah, the rectangle up the back, or at the top of the picture, what is that?
At the moment, there's a concrete block building there with what appears to be probably an old chicken run, chook run.
Okay.
They're storing timber in there.
Right.
So again, it'll formalise what's happening as well as give them some additional storage space. And their kiln, thank you.
I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. French, that the timber mill they have, the bandsaw that they have, they'll be locating down there. So it's sort of away from the sheds and it allows them to store, is that?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Councillor Deborah?
Thank you.
Through the Mayor, so on the back of what I said before about not having a lot of land available for these sorts of things, are we allowing one club to take something that another club could utilise, some area?
Through the Mayor, no, we've considered the location and the use of the site as being best for this, while still giving space for Rotary. It does indicate though that, as the Mayor has indicated, that we do have a pressing demand on our open space for clubs. There's still more space to utilise up at Reg English courts, Centenary Park. But yes, ideally that in the future would plan these sorts of spaces better.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any other questions, Councillor Pollock?
So, a bigger picture question, because I noticed this expires on the 3rd of March, so it's got 2 weeks. The next one we're looking at is actually 2 days overdue. So it always seems to be last minute. Is this normal practice that it's left to the last day? Or what would happen if the Rec Association, they wanted a 10-year lease and we pulled it on them? Well, how do they plan ahead? They know they're going to, it's a grandfathered clause, they know they're going to get their lease, or can we not see this 6 months earlier? I just everything seems to be right at the last minute. That's all. Just wondered why that was, if that's a question. Just so busy.
That's all right. I think with the Recreation Association, there's a number of factors in play. I'm not sure when we received their renewal request.
They request a renewal, do they?
We make contact with them a few months out to see what their intention is for the next, if they want to renew their lease or if they've got other plans. And so then we go through a consulting process with themselves and any internal stakeholders that may have an interest. With woodworkers and Rotary, that's been an ongoing discussion. We've been toing and froing with land. Is this suitable? No, that's not really suitable. Is this bit suitable? That might be. They want to do homework to see, whether that fits what they want. So we've having to go around. So these clubs will then actually be on a month-to-month holdover period until we can get all our ducks in a row, till we get a resolution, and then we can get our solicitors to prepare the leases. So we do make contact months out though, but it sometimes if it's not just your standard run-of-the-mill, there might be some conversations going on in the background.
Oh, so even though we see it last minute, you've been talking with them in the months lead up, and it's no surprise to them. Okay, no. So just because us, it's like, whoa.
It's no surprise.
Okay, good.
Any other questions, councillors? Have a recommendation? Oh, sorry, Councillor Deborah.
The legal fees to get these done, they paid for that?
We have a recommendation before us, councillors. Councillor Smeard in the move, someone to second. Councillor Jensen, Councillor Smurd to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Very happy to move this motion. The woodworkers do a great job, even though they do that. So I'm very happy to move.
Happy that there's lots of women.
Two speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Smurd to close.
Happy to move.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 8.5, proposed renewal of trustee lease to Gympie Regional Association. Back over there.
Thank you. This has been to a previous workshop for some discussion. In consultation with the association, they've requested the same conditions as the current lease has. They were requesting a 10-year lease, and as per the report, we're recommending a 5-year term, given that we expect there to be some changes in the future use of the sporting fields, and I believe this is the most appropriate way.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Devo?
Okay, so I know one of the blue things is the rectangle. What's the square?
That would be the Touch Association's clubhouse to the north.
And storage sheds.
And storage sheds next to the Bowls Club. That's where each tenant, it's council's large storage shed, and each tenant will have a section of that shed.
Lovely, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Sure.
Councillor Pollard?
I suppose I ask a question, are they happy with 5 years, and if we gave them 10, is it a major drama to break that when things change in 5 years, or like what's the real issue with the 10-year?
We haven't gone back to them and advised them that our recommendation is 5 years. They informed us their wish was 10. If there was a 10-year, then certainly there's enough clauses within a lease that it can be annulled before. We just felt this was a more reflective of the changes, and to give them an indication that 5 years we believe is suitable. Thank you. And also on the back of the changes at 1 mile leases there, as we've brought to council before, there may be some significant changes, such as charging for maintenance of the fields and the likes, the sports field study that will be presented in the coming months, and how that just may change that site. And we just thought that 5 years was a better term.
Because we're going to reopen 1 mile as the dump, yeah?
No.
Yeah, because it floods, yeah.
So I just understand, like, I understand the bit about 1 mile association, and I know you've got a thing in plan for the next 12 months, so, and you just sort of said before that if they don't have a lease, they're just going on a monthly basis. Would they not be better off on a monthly for the next 6 to 12 months, knowing that this is going to come within 12 months, or, you know?
This will give them more certainty,
yeah.
Rather than any angst. They can still get external funding, whether it be for a management agreement or a lease. But I feel in this case it just gives them more certainty that it's their next 5 years, and they can work to that for any improvements or anything how they want to conduct themselves the next 5 years.
Any other questions, councillors? Have a recommendation there before us. Is someone to move? Councillor Stewart, someone to second. Councillor Jensen, Councillor Stewart, speak.
As someone who attends their meetings occasionally, they're very committed to the grounds and always advocating for improvements. So I'm happy to move this recommendation.
Councillor Jensen.
Just echo what Councillor Stewart said, they do a good job. It's all good.
Two speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Stewart to close.
Nothing further to add, thanks.
So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 8.6, rationalisation of council and holdings. Hand over you again, Mr. President.
Again, this has been to council for consideration previously. The adoption of this report will allow staff to progress through the various methods required to dispose of the land. Don't think, given the other information we've gone through, there's a lot to add to that. Some may happen relatively quickly, others will still take some time to work through. But if council was to approve this, we can then progress through.
Councillor Smith?
The one on Old Maryborough Road, I believe, is that the one next to the cafe?
No, I don't believe so.
Is that one coming up any?
No, I don't think that's, not to my knowledge.
It's actually not in, no, sorry.
It's out of town somewhere,
Disregard.
the map.
Yeah.
Councillor Jensen?
Just confirm that the car park and supporting chemotherapy in Kalula units are not affected by Bowen Lane in Gympie.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, they are
Yeah, I
not.
just need that. And Kilkeven, the church, is there an actual decision made on that, or are you still consulting?
Consulting. So this will then formalise that we can now take the next step to look at moving the church to another location that works for the community, the broader community in that location, rather than that one that sort of makes it very difficult to dispose of that land.
Yeah, there's been discussion with some of the groups in Kilkeven about it, so.
Yes, there's certainly a bit of interest there, and we're proposing that it'll go down to the railways in that area down there, which is already a well-utilised community space, and in the right location will work well there.
Yeah, as long as it stays in town, you can't be taking it off the community.
Yeah, no, it's not our proposal.
All right. I need to make sure you're not taking it off the community.
Councillor Smith?
Say it out
Thanks,
loud.
Mr Mayor. Have we done a rough costing on that at all?
No, sorry, councillor, not at this stage. I tens of thousands, but no.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we did have a quote or an estimate for another building out at Kilkeven to move, probably the same distance, and it was, you know, somewhere between 30 and 40,000. So
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Polly?
Yeah, sorry, I started looking up some of these things, thinking, where the heck is this? And I must admit, being lazy, I gave up after a couple, so it'd be too much to ask the staff to throw in a map. But then I look at Councillor Smurden going, is this the right one? So even he didn't know he was looking at the right one, but is it that hard? I'm assuming these things don't come up very often. It would make, sometimes I'm never sure whether I'm looking at the right thing, that's all.
So through you, Mr Mayor, last year when I presented phase one of the land audit, all the maps
They were
were
in those
attached
ones.
then.
Oh, yeah, so you'd already done the work?
Yes.
Yeah. Can we finish them next time? Again?
Mayor, we've also gone back to each of the local councillors and consulted with them on each one of the plots, which has been approved, and we've taken it back to staff again for their input.
Yep.
So this is the first list that's gone through that that level of consultation.
Any other questions, councillors? We have a recommendation there before us, someone to move. Councillor Stewart, someone to second. Councillor Smurden, Councillor Stewart to speak.
As I noted in an email to some of the councillors a couple of weeks ago, some of these we've been talking about for years, going back to the last term. Cinnabar, we've been talking probably for 5 years that we should amalgamate and sell. So it's good to see that we're taking the next step and actually giving authority to staff to actually go and do that. So I'm very happy to move.
Councillor Smurden?
Yeah, okay, Councillor Stewart's remarks. We have put this for a while, but all good things come to those who wait, Councillor Stewart.
Yes, indeed.
Happy to second.
2 speakers for the recommendation, any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Stewart to close.
Nothing further to add.
That will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried, thank you. And we have another item there, item 8.7. I believe Councillor Fredman has a declaration in relation to this matter. Do you want to make that declaration?
Yeah. I have a declarable conflict of interest due to a past association with the owner of one of the contractors, Wilson Contracting. He handed out how to vote cards for me 5 years ago, so I will be leaving the room.
Just waiting for Beck to.
Actually, I don't actually have it.
On Monday. By Sasha.
Oh, is that that?
Right, we ready, Beck?
Yep.
Yep, great. I'll hand over to you, Mr. Byrne and Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, through yourself, Mr Mayor, the purpose of this report is to actually move forward with the grounds maintenance services. There's a tender process undertaken. We'll take the report as read. Any queries?
Any questions, councillors? No, nothing? Sure, councillor Devereux?
Just catching up.
First item on the whole agenda, you haven't asked a question.
It wasn't in my printout.
If there's no question, councillors, we have some recommendations there before, so I'll just check.
Can I just have a quick minute?
Do you want to separate these 1 and 2, councillors, or are you happy as a complete bunch, given one relates to contract, awarding of contract, and the other one relates to sort of preferred supplier arrangement? We happy to deal with it as a whole, or you want to separate, councillor?
I'm happy for a whole.
Okay, if that's the, have a recommendation there before us, someone to move. Councillor Waldock, someone to second. Councillor Stewart, Councillor Waldock to speak.
Good to see that we're separating out these little contracts and having a good look at the duration, the term of them too, so the contractor can get their equipment right over the term. Yeah, I'm happy to move.
Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, I'm also happy that there's a number of contractors this time, and so I guess sharing love, sharing council resources around to different businesses, and we need our parks and gardens and etc. all kept good. So thank you.
I had 2 speakers for the recommendation. Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Councillor Waldock to close.
Nothing more. So, thank you.
With that, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. That concludes our open meeting for this morning. We'll have a quick 5-minute break before we go and deal with our other matters in committee. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for your attendance to the gallery.
Read that. And then 2 years.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah, so
initial.
and then.
That's to actually enable everyone to get settled and we,
When you do the medical centre, out the Excelsior Medical Centre, wall, painting wall
Councillors, we,
inside.
We're called back into session. We are now beginning with in committee matters. Is there someone to move that we go in committee? Councillor Jensen, Councillor Polly second. All those in favour? Sorry, is that a yes or a no, Councillor Brennan?
I'm not in favour of this being in committee, so I've got to vote no.
There's a number of items in committee, or is it all of them?
No, just one.
Just one, right. So, Councillor Polly, all in favour, Councillor Polly, Waldock, Smurden, Hartwig, Milne, Devro, Jensen, against Fredman. Thank you. We are now in committee.
You voted against it too.
He started with how she felt.
Negative vote. Yeah, it's not proxy.
You're missing in action, that's all right.
Put your hand up.
Are you clarifying that vote again, or?
Did we get a mover and a seconder for biodiversity?
We're live now, Mr Mayor.
You did?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yes, great. Item 11.1, we have a mover, councillor Stewart, secondly, councillor Smerdon. All those in favour? Against? Carried, thank you. Item 11.2, we have an amended motion there. Move councillor Milne, secondly councillor Devro. All those in favour? Against? Carried, thank you. Item 11.3, moved councillor Milne, seconded councillor Devro. All those in favour? Councillor Stewart, councillor Milne, councillor Devro, councillor Jensen, councillor Hartwig. Against? Councillor Fredman, councillor Waldock, councillor Smerdon. Motion is successful. That concludes our meeting for today. Thank you for your attendance. We will continue on now, I think, with our workshop.
Can I do an apology?
Thank you. Is that